Lähti suoraan, hyvä. Opening totta kai.
Long ago, in the castle of a kingdom called Daventry.
Tässä on muuten ihan mahtavaa tää selostaja.
Alexander, here you are. Oh, you're still not thinking about Cosima, are you?
Hmm? I suppose I am.
Son, it's been months. You've got to pull yourself together. After all, you only met her that once.
I know.
Have you discovered anything about the land of the Green Isles?
No. No one's even heard of it.
3D.
Like she's just vanished.
I wish I could help. Please try to think about something else, dear.
I'll try, Mother.
Tavataan kerran vitossa se.
Alexander, I feel so alone. I don't know what to do. Alexander, I wish you were here. Alexander, Alexander.
Nyt se biisi soi taustalla.
Cosima! Wait!
Cosima!
Mother, come quick!
Alexander, what on earth? You're white as a ghost.
Mother, I saw Cosima. She was in the mirror.
In the mirror? The magic mirror?
Yes! And it showed me how to find her.
How?
The stars! I saw the stars outside her window.
Perheen miehillä on
I can
aika lemmen
navigate
nälkä.
by the stars.
Oh, Alexander, if you really go...
It will be all right, Mother. I promise.
Peli on vuodelta 92 kuitenkin, että...
Three long months, Prince Alexander sailed the known seas and beyond.
Aina mitkä tuli 2015 vai? Ei, kun siis no eri. Niin. Tää on jossain vaiheessa vetää. Saadaan eka tää alkuperäinen sarja maali eka. Samana vuonna tuli
Clears the shore. Day turns to night and the sea turns violet.
Sonic 2 tuli Mega Drive samana vuonna. Ja Alone in Dark 1. Final Fantasy 5. Wolfenstein 3D tuli samana vuonna. Mitäs muuta? Street Fighter 2 Japanissa. Super Mario Kart. Robert Williams ja Jane Jensen. Se on kova pari. Täytyy sanoa. Tää Jane Jensen rupesi. Ai niin, mä muistankin se. Tekiköhän se koskaan Gabriel Knightien jälkeen mitään pelejä? Vai siirtyykö se täysin tekemään niitä pehmoporno-kirjoja? En muista.
Alexander awakens to find himself on an unfamiliar beach. For a moment, he is too dazed to remember how he got here.
Oh no.
Then, he does remember. The shipwreck. The sea. Just as he had seen his men safely into the lifeboats, a gigantic wave picked him up and tossed him overboard into the churning sea. That was the last he'd seen of his crew. Debris from the shipwreck is scattered along the shore, but of the lifeboats and his men, there is thankfully no trace. He can only hope and pray that the lifeboats survived the currents, and that his men made their way safely back to Daventry.
Tässä oikeesti on hirveän hyvä tää ääni, tai tuo puhuja. 2020, okei. Pannaan vähän nopeutta tähän kävelyyn. Speedi.
Alexander pushes the plank to one side. A box has been partially buried under sand.
Tuo pipiping on sama ääni mun mielestä kuin Space Quest 4. Taitaa käyttää samaa engine.
Alexander takes the coin and leaves the ruined box where it is.
Yes.
Alexander picks up his royal insignia.
Ai niin, ja totta kai. Save. Sierra-peli. Ääntä kovemmalla, okei. Mullakin näyttää tää menevän kyllä ihan riittävän korkealle kyllä tuo. No. Jota. Mutta koska tää on Sierra-peli, niin pitää muistaa se, että
The ocean is not as calm as it appears. Underwater currents tug at Alexander's legs. The underwater tow is amazingly strong here. It pulls ferociously at Alexander's legs. Before Alexander can retreat, the current grabs his legs. The shifting sand vanishes from beneath his feet. Against his best efforts, he is dragged out to sea.
Tää on hyvä Sierra-peli, kun tietää, että heti ekassa ruudussa voi kuolla.
The island pull Alexander under. As Alexander struggles to the surface for the third and last time, he finds himself wishing he'd paid more attention to the warning signs of an undertow.
Tickets only. Next.
Nothing like getting swept off your feet.
Tää on Sierraa parhaimmillaan. Hyvä. Ja meillä oli nämä. Joo, tykkään Selostiasta. Siis se on hirveän hyvä. Ei se on hyvä Space Questissakin, mutta Space Questissahan se Selostia on semmonen niinku 506-luvun skifi sarja, joku halva B-luokan sarja Selostia. Joku tonne piti mennä. King's Questissa oli ihan hauskia kuolemia aina. Tai eikö ne paranee kyllä eteenpäin mentässä? Toki lääryt on tietty parempia.
Alexander politely addresses the odd-looking guards at the castle doors, hoping to learn more about his predicament.
Good day to you, guards. I was cast upon this island in a storm, and I'm a little confused about my location. Could you tell me what place this is and who lives in this castle?
No.
Hey, What is that you say? A castaway? A likely story. We haven't had any foreigners in this part since Alhazred arrived.
Don't be so rude, Gruff. He's not asking for any secrets. You're standing on the Isle of the Crown, lad, and this is the Castle of the Crown. The royal family resides here. Rather, what's left of the royal family.
The Isle of the Crown. But tell me, am I anywhere near the land of the Green Isles?
This
No.
is the land of the Green Isles. The Isle of the Crown is the main island, foolish boy.
Then Princess Cosima must live in this very castle.
Aye, the princess is indeed our treasured jewel to guard, and we consider it an honor.
Yes. Parapaa. Sormusta piti näyttää.
Alexander decides to show his royal insignia ring to the Castle of the Crown Guards. With all of his papers lost
Tää
in
on
the shipwreck, it is the only
DOSin
possible
CD-versio.
calling card he can think of.
Good day. I'm Prince
Tää on
Alexander of
CD-versio, niin sen
Daventry.
takia saattaa olla
I'm an
eri.
acquaintance of Princess Cosima. If you could just inform her that I'm here, please.
So everyone says. Let me just look at that ring.
What does it say, Gruff?
Kingdom of Daventry, Prince Alexander. Wait here while I go see what Captain Saladin thinks of this.
Sä olet äänenäyttelijät oikeesti. Tää löytyy mikä tulee Steamissa on King's Quest Collection 1 nää pelit, niin siinä.
The guard returns a moment later with a majestic
Windows-versio,
looking
ei
creature.
DOS.
Captain Saladin speaks
No,
with a
CD
voice that
kautta
is
DOS
gentle
kautta
but
englanniksi oli tuossa
reflects
skummissa,
a will
mutta
of
no
iron.
eipä se haittaa.
Prince Alexander of Daventry, I presume. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with your country.
Okay,
but
no
I'm
eipä
sure
oo haittaa.
Vizier Alhazred will want to meet you, if indeed you are a friend of the princess. Please follow me.
Muutenhan tää sama peli taitaa olla. No ei. Kun mä skummiin laitoin
Lord
kaikkia.
Alhazred, a visitor to see you. Prince Alexander
CD kautta DOS
of
kautta englanniksi
Daventry.
tuli tuon skummin tunnisteeksi, mutta
What is it that
ehkä
you
mä tunnistin
seek,
väärin.
Prince Alexander?
Pardon the intrusion, my lord, but I came to see Princess Cosima. Some months ago, my father, King Graham, saved my family and I from imprisonment under an evil wizard named Mordak.
The same wizard that kidnapped the princess?
Exactly. When my father rescued us, he also
Eikö
liberated
tää ollut kova
Cosima.
King's Quest 3:ssahan tää oli kova tyyppi.
Then your father has my gratitude, and that of the entire kingdom. But I'm afraid I still fail to see the purpose of your visit.
Vizier.
Well, I came to make sure that Cosima arrives safely and to pay my respects. Before we parted, she gave me an invitation to visit.
Hyvä, että muistit.
I have no doubt she did exactly that at the time, Prince Alexander. However, things have greatly changed for Cosima since her ordeal in Mordak's castle. Cosima's parents both became ill and died while she was gone. Cosima is sequestered in mourning for them as befits a princess. She is not receiving visitors of any kind. Even if she were, I do not think your visit would be appropriate. You see, it is time for Cosima to take her responsibilities seriously. With her parents gone,
Samalla
she no longer
laittaa
has the
bannia noille
luxury to be a carefree maiden.
poteille.
As was her parents' wish, Cosima and I are to be wed. We shall rule the kingdom together. I assure you, our marriage is all Cosima wants now. As a prince and a gentleman, it would be best that you leave before there is any further embarrassment.
I see. I suppose that I was mistaken. I thought for certain that Cosima... Well, I apologize.
A young man sees what he wishes to see. I'm sorry you've wasted your time traveling to the land of the Green Isles. May your journey home be swift.
Perhaps I will take the
Tuolla
opportunity
olisi
to
tainnut
look
silmät
around
tuolla
your
koko
fair
ajan.
land while I'm here.
I would advise against that. The kingdom is rather, shall we say, inhospitable these days. But it is your neck. You may risk it if you please. Captain Saladin will escort you from the castle. Good day.
Tässä on oikeesti helkutti hyvät nää ääninäyttelijät, mä sanon. Vertaa mitä monta muuta tohon aikaa oli.
You have had your hearing with Wizir al-Hazred. I trust you will respect his wishes and not return. I have been instructed not to let you into the castle again. Good day, my lord.
Captain Saladin whispers something to the guard dogs at the castle gate, and they nod with understanding. Alexander has a feeling they won't be letting him into the castle again.
Jep. Luulenkin, että tässä ei ole sitä vitosen... Musta tässä ei ollut sitä vitosen pöllöä. No ei, joku sitä ei ole Graham. Luen kiitos. Furrikon oli siellä. Ilman asua ei ole pääsyä.
Good day.
Good day, merchant. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I can tell you she is in a dark time. Without the ferry, communication between the islands has ground to a halt, and so nearly has my business. Why the long ages of peace have ended, and why the crown has not done something about it is beyond
Olisiko
me.
ollut? Pitää
But
tsekata.
then, I am a shopkeeper,
Ainahan näissä
not
ollut.
a politician, and can only hope for better days.
Ainahan näissä on ollut vähän semmosia. Toivotaan ekana se mitä pitää hoitaa täällä.
I have this copper coin. Is it of any value to you at all?
Most interesting. I have never seen a Daventry coin before, but it is copper genuine enough. I might even find a buyer who is interested in foreign currency. The items on the front counter are the only things in the store that I can let go for the price of 1 copper. You may make your choice from there.
Alexander looks at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I see you have noticed my mechanical nightingale. She is made of plain tin, but she sings the sweetest song you can imagine. Barely
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
Pitää tsekata kohta.
Very well. Your coin is well spent. Remember, this is a pawn shop. I am always willing to take back my own goods in trade.
I'll remember. Thank you.
The pawn shop's counter is made of a sturdy the counter Alexander takes a closer look at the items.
Have you an interest in tin?
No hetkinen. Tuossa.
An elegant little glass dish decorates the countertop.
Tässä on hopea pronssikolikko, niin tässä on sulle mekaaninen tämmönen lintu, mikä on varmaan aika kallis.
Alexander takes a mint.
Takes a mint. Tämä suustaa. Tää on kuitenkin Sierran peli, niin. Mitäs täällä oli?
Towering mightily over the other pawn shop curiosities, the pawn shop is a dimly lit place with a slightly musty smell. Curiosities litter every corner and every shelf. For sale are articles that range from the bizarre to the commonplace, from the priceless to the practical. A tall skeleton lends an air of mystery to the shop. A helmet, probably belonging to the headless armor also in the shop, has found its way to a separate part of the counter. The land of the Green Isles must have at least one inhabitant with interest in the mystical, for a crystal ball has been traded in along with the more common household goods. A lady's hand mirror has been separated from its original trousseau and now gathers dust in the pawn shop shelf. The back wall of the shop holds a hull hole detector for finding those hard-to-spot holes in small sailboats. Cat cookie mix. Play tricks on your friends, the box says. A golden bridle finder, for finding those nearly invisible golden bridles. The pawn shop. A small rusty hatchet seems permanently embedded in a log of wood. Alexander's mind races over the possibilities. Perhaps the bound duo is the local woodcutter's equivalent of the sword and the stone. Perhaps someday, somehow, someone will free that hatchet and become king of the forest. Then again, it could be just a rusty hatchet stuck in a log. The stuffed bear probably has stuff. Alexander, if the pawn shop owner wants to perhaps it is true. Alexander's musical abilities have. If Alexander wants anything from.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Alexander picks up the book from the small table.
Oh.
Really? Thanks.
Innostunut vähän liian nopeasti.
Alexander is standing. A collection of children's books fill those shelves.
Joo, niin ollut.
A collection of These shelves hold assorted travelogues and These shelves hold a collection of oddly titled guidebooks. Alexander notices such books as How to Become King with Little or No Rupees Down, Finding the Right Girl with the Right Dowry, and Why Good Princesses Like Bad Wizards. Volumes of poetry are on display on this bookshelf. There's a small... The table is... Volumes of... Thinking of Cosima, Alexander decides to leaf through one of the volumes of love poetry. He reads, Thy hair, thy lips, thy beauteous face, and all thy studied female grace have won for thee anon a place within this broken breast. Not bad. And another. Upon the shore the lilies bend, untouched by worldly care, where shadow they her earthly bed, oh, that she were not there. Yikes. And another. What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and binds my heart with links so tight I cannot live without the sight of you? What nameless thing has captured me and made me powerless to flee? What thing is it without a name that brings my mind e'er back the same to thee?
To thee.
The name of love cannot apply. Its commonness does not decry the haunted, hunted, painful cry that my heart makes for you, that e'er my soul eternal makes for you.
A little close to home, that one.
Alexander returns the love poem book to the shelf. Alexander picks up the fallen page. It's the love poem he particularly liked.
Kuinka sattuka?
It must have fallen out of the poetry book.
I do rather like it. Thank you, merchant. Good day, sir. I'm a stranger in this land. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
That is quite a question, young man.
Ei täällä kyllä niin hienoa hottua kuin isällä.
And what would you have me tell you?
My name is Alexander. I know I'm on the Isle of the Crown, but I'd like to know whatever you can tell me about this island, and if there are other islands nearby.
You are indeed a stranger. Anxious is the man who knows not the customs of the land beneath his feet. This island is called the Isle of the Crown, because the royal family's castle is here. Besides the castle, we also have this village, and the docks over to the west.
Yes.
There are at least 3 other islands. The Isle of the Sacred Mountain,
Sieltä se on jokainen
Isle of the Beast.
saari on vähän erilainen. Se on vähän niin kuin Seiskassa oli ne eri maailmat.
At least 3? Does no one know for certain?
This is no ordinary land, Alexander. The land of the Green Isles has always been a place of vague boundaries, as if islands come and go. Legend speaks of a fourth island, an isle shrouded in mists. I myself have never seen it. Then, too, the land of the Green Isles is said to exist on the boundaries of this world and the next. Even darker places are reputed to be closer here than anywhere else in the world.
That's quite a claim.
Claim, yes, but probably just local
Tässä onko semmoista vähän tiettyä, rakennetaan tää maailma.
We live here on the Isle of the Crown at least, sleep well enough at night.
Those first 3 islands you mentioned, how might I learn more about them?
Ideally, a young man seeking such knowledge would travel to their shores and learn about them firsthand. Meeting the leaders of each place would be helpful, naturally. Unfortunately, the ferry no longer runs between the islands. There has been much political unrest, and it has been too dangerous to travel for years. Perhaps the ferryman can tell you more. He has little enough to do these days. And if you haven't been there already, you might seek an audience at the castle.
Thank you kindly, merchant, for all your good advice.
Ah, but advice is free, Alexander. Making use of it costs much more.
Yes. Yes.
How much for that book on the counter, merchant?
It is a fine book, is it not?
Yes.
I obtained it from the estate of the one and only magician this kingdom has ever had. Poofed himself into an aardvark in the end.
Aardvark.
So I heard. I never found the spells all that useful myself, but then I lead a boring life. I tell you what, if you can find another rare book, something a bit more marketable, I might be willing to exchange the spell book for it.
Täällä kyllä kovin kummoista bisnestä tehdä kaikkien tälle tavaraa melkein puoli-ilmaiseksi.
Good day, sir. The mysterious old man just ignores Alexander. Alexander picks up and leafs idly through a book called The Changing Role of Court. Well, that was refreshing.
Yes. Taas Savea. Sierra-peli. No.
You lazy thing! Get back to work and stay away from those roses! I've told you 1,000,000 times, those flowers are too sweet for the likes of you! You've still got to do the breakfast dishes, make lunch, and clean the stables yet this morning! And get your veil back on! No one wants to look at your face!
Yes, stepmother.
Ai niin.
Hey, stranger, come join me. The water is wonderful, and I can show you the way to the next island.
Vähän epäilen. Kokeillas.
Considering the poor condition of the shore, the powerful currents grab Alexander. Struggle as he might, he feels himself being pulled out to sea.
Sehän meni hyvin.
Not a very good swimmer, are you?
Mulku.
Help me!
Sorry, I think not.
As his head submerges for the 3rd time, Alexander finds himself pondering the wisdom of going out on a limb for a stranger.
Tickets only. Next.
Alexander couldn't handle those currents. That boy must be an unbelievably strong swimmer.
Yes.
Come on, jump in.
Turpa kiinni.
That's strange. The young boy in the water just disappeared. Oh well, perhaps he just dove under the water.
Dee.
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah.
Excuse me. My name is Alexander. The owner of the bookshop in the village told me you might be able to help me. I hear you used to run this ferry for the islands. I'd like to talk to you if you have a moment.
You say old Allie sent you? I can't see why. The ferry's not running, you know.
I understand. I'd just like to talk to you about the islands if you don't mind.
Well, I guess it'd be all right.
Jotain New Yorkilaisia tai New Jersey tyyppejä.
What is it you wanted to talk about, young man?
I'm a visitor to these islands. I'd like to learn what I can about the area.
So you said outside. What is it you want to know?
Well, for one thing, why has the island's only ferry been dry docked?
Huh. It just ain't safe to sail these days. What with the islands feuding and all. Wazir Al-Hazred ordered the ferry closed till things settled down. Me, I don't think she'll ever see water again.
But why are the islands feuding?
You got me. Something about stolen property or some such thing. 'Tis a real shame. Things used to be so friendly.
Then this unrest is recent.
A few years is all.
Shame.
But it's been long enough.
Perhaps if the ferry were repaired.
This old thing? This ferry's been out of water so long she's no longer even seaworthy. Her boards have dry rot. She'd fall apart at the first taste of seawater.
But there must be some way to get off this island.
There's only one other way to travel that I know of. A magic map. The owner of the pawn shop can tell you more about that than I can, Alexander.
Mikä peli Dreamcastilla oli tämä?
Tell me more about the ferry.
I remember when I used to ferry Queen Alaria and Princess Casima
Sitä merimiehiä yhtä paljon kuin Shenmue 1.
There was no thought of danger back then. They used to go visiting to care for the needy.
Kohta mennään Shenmue 2 tyyliin kävelemään tunnin verran.
I remember their last trip.
Tai miten kauan se kesti 45 minuuttia vai mitä se kesti oli ihan kakkosen kävelyssä.
Back aboard, I gathered that the Queen and the Princess had been received a bit coldly. Princess Casima was such a pretty thing, and she was terribly upset. But who could be spreading these lies, she asked the Queen, but the Queen had no answer.
What do you do now that the ferry no longer operates?
Me? I'm out of a job. The job my ancestors have held for generations. I'm the only one trained to avoid the reef and the rocks. But that knowledge does me no good now.
Se on vielä kunnon kävelysimulaattori.
One that might be more seaworthy?
Boats don't last long on these shoals, as you may have found out if you got here by ship. You can be quite sure that this old ferry is, or was, the only craft on the island.
Joo, mutta siis emme...
Tell me more about
Täällä on tosi kiinnostunut sitä juonesta, että jaksaa 2,5 tuntia kävellä vaan.
Such a beautiful child, and so pure of heart. Why, a contrary thought has never crossed her mind. Her mother was the same.
2,5 tuntia seuraat sitä, kun ne kävelee ja juttelee asioista.
They served the islands, not the other way around.
No on sitten semmoisiakin elokuvia olemassa, että ei sitä pidä kieltää, etteikö sitä oma yleisönsä oo, mutta...
What else can you tell me about the land?
Let's see. The Isle of Wonder's a lovely spot. A bit crazy, mind you. Gotta have a good sense of humor to enjoy a tour there.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The Isle of the Beast is pretty, but unfortunately, you can't get very far onto the island.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The inhabitants of the Isle of the Sacred Mountain are the most gorgeous creatures you'll ever see. If you ever get to see them, that is.
What else can you tell me about the land?
The Castle of the Crown sure is a beauty. She's the finest palace ever built, I'll warrant.
The chair does...
What else can you tell me about the land?
Some say that the land of the Green Isles is near the edge of the world, and that the deadly currents are a result of a magnetism that sucks life from this world to the next. Of course, that's just silly talk.
What else can you tell me about the land?
Let's see. The Isle of Wonder's a lovely spot.
What else?
Tuosta samoja.
The Isle... The cast...
What else?
Let's see.
Jep.
I see you have a rabbit's foot.
Hei, sulla on tavaraa, saan kottas.
As you can see, my luck's been out for some time now.
Miksi sun kääpit teos?
Why don't you take it with you? Perhaps giving
Pikku
the darn
siivoukset
thing
siinä
away
ja
will bring me good fortune at last.
Perhaps it will at that. Thank you.
tulee toisen luokse, kysyy siltä kaikkea. Ai, sullapa on tavara tuossa pöydällä. Tarvitko sitä?
Well, I think I'll be going now. Thanks for allowing me into your home.
Posh, not at all. It breaks the boredom, if you know what I mean.
Palaamme tänne vielä.
Good day.
Mikäs
A
tämä?
mysterious old man also patronizes the pawn shop. He steals sidelong glances at Alexander from under his hood.
No well.
Good day, sir.
The old man just glares at Alexander and does not reply.
Vulgu.
Excuse me, merchant, but the ferryman mentioned that you might have a magic map of the land of the Green Isles.
Why, as a matter of fact, I do. I keep it under the counter. It's been gathering dust so long that I nearly forgot about it. It was quite a few years ago, you see. The estate
tommonen
of a
kartta
wealthy
olisi niinku
wizard fell into my
arvokkaan
hands
esine,
when he
mitä voi
died.
tommassa
It
ympäristössä
was
olla.
useless magical junk mostly, which reminds me, I've still got some things of his in the back that I need to dump out. Anyway, the magic map was the one true treasure in the lot. The wizard was quite old and feeble and had
Jos kukaan
enchanted
ei
the map
pysty
to
liikkumaan
aid in
mihinkään,
traveling. It is
laivat
said
ei toimi, sitten on
that one
kartta,
need
joka
only
mahdollistaa
desire to be on an
teleporttaamisen
island
saarten
depicted
välillä.
on the
No,
map
voisin
to
väittää,
find
että
oneself there. It
se
is a
on
very
semmonen esine, jonka
valuable map, as
puolesta
you can
varmaan joku
imagine.
tappaa.
Unfortunately, no one is interested in traveling these days. It is far too dangerous with the current
Niin,
state
ja
of
kuka
the
taas
kingdom.
muukin, mietihän sitä, että
What would you take for the map?
I would normally want something magic in return.
joku rikollistoiminta tai ihan mikä tahansa, niin voisin väittää, että
Buyers, I would be willing to
korvaamaton.
take anything of equal value in exchange.
No mitäs meillä on? No meillä on sormus. Kato huomata Windows-versio, niin nääkin on vähän isommalla resoluutiolla.
Would you be willing to take my family ring in exchange for the magic map?
Daventry, are you a king then?
No, that's my father, King Graham. I'm just Alexander.
Well, Prince Alex, she is a beautiful ring. Are you sure you can part with such a unique family heirloom?
The ring does mean a lot to me. I didn't always have a family, you know. Still, it is only gold. There are more important things at stake now.
Then you now own a magic map,
Yes.
Prince Alex. I will keep your ring out of sight for a few days. If you find anything else of great value in your travels, you can come back for your ring. I would hate to see it melted down for gold. And a warning about the map. It will only operate when you are out in the open
Täällä pitäisi olla just niinku
within sight of the sea. The
mikä se
limitation has
panttilainama
something to
TV-sarja
do
on.
with the teleport spell ingredients. You might try the beach.
Thank you. You are very kind. And I'll remember about the map.
Suddenly, the old man in the concealing cloak sneaks past Alexander, and with a sneaky dart of his hand, steals a mint from the candy jar. The old man stuffs the mint into his mouth and wobbles unsteadily out of the pawn shop.
Jep.
Master! I followed Prince Alexander as you wished. From the pawn shop owner, he just abstained, just reprieved. He just got a magic map.
Keltaiset silmät.
You fool! You've been eating those mints again. I ordered you to stop that. Yes, Master. Now, what is this about a magic map? With the map, Prince Alexander could travel anywhere as quickly as I can. I thought I took care of the only means of travel. By my scimitar, I can't have him stirring things up now. Get a hold of yourself and listen carefully, Shamir. Go to the
Shamir.
other islands and tell them...
Shamir. Eli tuo on joku... Miksi niitä henkiä sanottiin? Mikä se lähinnä se? Niin on kuin ifritti, eikö ne? Joku ifrit oli mun mielestä tuli. No en tiedä. Mutta Minttu tekee ne humalaiseksi. Okei. Genie. Ei ollut Robbie Williams. Hei lintu. Kyllä.
Alexander sorts through the odds and ends that the pawn shop owner dumped into the
Sieltä
pot.
löytyy Little Samson.
Magic
Pelikaset.
exploding gum wrappers.
Little
A
Samson.
shattered crystal ball. A cracked wand. A fake thumb. Near the bottom, Alexander finds a little glass bottle labeled ink. It appears to be empty, but Alexander decides to take it anyway. You never know when a small bottle will come in handy.
Koska ei tiedä. Taas pikku tallennus. Mites tää käy?
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Play. Nää piti hakea täältä.
Alexander takes the feather. Alexander picks the flower and is startled by its hideously strong skunk-like odor. For a moment he can smell nothing else.
Don't pull your map in pub, please.
There appears to be something etched into the face. The rock has been etched by some unknown hand. One may need to read about the logic cliffs in the guidebook to the land of...
Vai niin?
Alexander feels a strange...
Why aren't you asleep like the other oysters?
Oh, I'm so weary, but I can't sleep. I have a terrible ache in my mouth.
What's wrong?
No offense, but it hurts too much to talk.
Ihan looginen.
If you're having trouble sleeping, perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great!
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 1/8 bottles of wild beast lard. Yields a gilded minnow of
Alexander makes a
Hey! You fixed my mouth! It feels great!
The little oyster drifts into peaceful slumber with the rest of his oyster friends. A string of letters floats in the water. The letters spell out, "Where are you?"
Joo.
Alexander wades the ocean current. Alexander wades the underwater toe before
Where?
The current.
Sierran peli, pitäis muistaa. Tuo pitää kuitenkin tuota saa.
Tickets only. Next.
Nothing like getting
Olipas kiva. Sierran peli.
Alex.
Pitää tallentaa tuon Perlin jälkeen.
Alex. Alex.
Pilli.
Why?
Se kirja siihen.
If you're too
Alexander.
No. Hyvä. Tuon pitäisi kuitenkin jossain vaiheessa hetken aikaa odotella, tuon pitäisi siirtyä lähemmäksi, että sen pystyy ottamaan.
The blue.
No, tule. Hyvä. Vielä vähän. Tule.
A string of
No.
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water. It appears to be a string of letters. They say, "Where are you going?" Alexander decides to keep the odd sentence, even though it is incomplete.
Joo.
There's... Alexander hears someone coming.
"5 fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man," said he, "with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If mad it be, then mad it dies." Old Tantro, smell.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Tantro I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore. A flower 'tis all, and nothing more.
Yep. Yep.
Listen, hark you, broken oar, do your duty as you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the gnome with the monumental ears.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me. Taste, Grump, that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
Alexander holds the mint out for the gnome with the gigantic mouth.
Grump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet. Trilly dilly, use your hands. Is it beast or is it man?
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Be all you mad? What aileth thee? A bunny can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet.
On haluttu runoilla kyllä tähän peliin.
Old Bill Batter, never fatter. Vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Yes.
Alexander pours the contents of the empty-looking ink bottle over himself.
By all that's beauteous, fair, and sightly, 4 morons do I sleep with nightly. There's nothing there at all, I say. Enough of this. Let's now away.
Nice.
Alexander did it.
Tehdäänpäs näin, mitä tapahtuu muuten. Save. Jee. Katsotaan mitä tapahtuu, jos epäonnistuu.
Alexander. A gnome. Alexander.
My nose cannot be. A man so fair knows, into the waving sea he goes.
Aha.
The gnomes toss Alexander too far out into the sea for him to get his footing. The currents drag him up.
Tällaiset kaikki kuolemat liittyy hukkumiseen.
Tickets only. Next.
Guess those gnomes couldn't reach a consensus.
Ahaa. Consensus. Uh-huh.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize this book had an owner. I'm in need of a rare book.
No owner? All books have owners, my good man. And this book owner, bookworm to you, wouldn't part with one of his books for anything.
Isn't there something I can do for you to pay for the book?
Let's see. Do you have an itinerant clause?
No. No clauses at all, I'm afraid.
As an exception, you always should.
What?
Don't mind oxymoron and diphthong. They're fairly limited grammatical principles, you know. Let's see. A marsh pig that does Texas?
No. I'm afraid not.
A dangling participle?
I'm fresh out.
A purple fiddle whacker?
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
Idiosyncrasy, perhaps?
Afraid not.
Ha! Then what good are you?
Haha. Haha, niin. Mulku.
Alexander investigates. The spider who lives there, Alexander feels the...
Mikäs tuo oli? Ei kun joo, muista mitä piti tehdä.
No.
Nyt mä tiedän mitä nuo. Eikö tuo spelling, niin oli nää spelling bee? Annatko mä arvoa?
The tail end of the tail. Little bees buzz around the books as though the pages were laden with the sweetest pollen. Maybe they're spelling bees.
Maybe.
Wow. Hiya, gorgeous. Oh, what a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Hello.
Thank you, I guess. Who are you?
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale
hello.
of all femme fatales. Know what I mean?
How are you?
You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband. It would be quite a horror, an honor to have me as a bride. Just look at my beautiful weaving. It's so light, so delicate.
Hello.
You'll never want to leave my little nest.
It is a lovely web, but my heart is elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Oh, drat! The loss is yours. I'm sure you'll change your mind once you consider the advantages.
Mitä ne hyödyt on?
Hey, don't touch that thread!
Alexander snatches the scrap of parchment, curious to see what's written on it. The wind blows the scrap of paper from Alexander's hand, but he remembers what it said well enough.
Kyllä, yksi sana. Love. Joku hauska peli kyllä.
Milkweed thrives near the fallen log, the Isle of Wonder swamp. A mushy swamp. Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit. Unless Alexander is mistaken, those plants must be baby's tears. Is that lettuce growing in the garden? It looks... Why, it must be iceberg lettuce. Vines of sweet ripening tomatoes climb up little wooden posts. The wallflowers look terribly shy. Those grapes look awfully sour. A colorful array of snapdragons stand guard to one side of the path.
Huumori, sitä pitää olla.
There appears to be a hole in the garden wall.
Eläkatos, eläimissä.
Through the hole in the wall, Alexander sees a land that resembles a giant chessboard. Wow, it really is a hole in the wall. Zounds, those wallflowers sure are shy, and the snapdragons are awfully protective of them. Alexander can't even get close to the wallflowers without causing quite a stir. Alexander picks a head of iceberg lettuce.
Ye gads! Is that cold?
Checkmate! Only chess pieces allowed in chessboard land? That's right. Humans aren't allowed in and never will be. Stay out!
I must insist, Your Highness. I shall send the lump of coal to the Vizier and the Princess as a present for their wedding, and that's the end of it.
And I suppose you'll leave me with only this stupid spoiled egg to send, Your Highness. I want to impress the new king and queen of the realm as much as you do. As queen of this island, I have every right to that lump of coal.
Yes.
Who isn't queen of this isle? The lump of coal is in my possession. Therefore, I shall do as I please with it. Besides, there's nothing wrong with that spoiled egg.
The egg, though delightfully spoiled, is not nearly so valuable as the lump of coal, and you know it. Your Highness always got to carry the singing stone. It's not fair that you get the coal too.
That doesn't count. The singing stone
Tässä on
was
hauska enää
stolen
maailmat
by
kyllä,
that
missä tai
horrid
saaret, missä
beast.
käydään.
I should get to keep the coal just because my stone was stolen.
It wasn't your stone. It belonged to the Isle of Wonder treasury. Your Highness always thinks that everything is hers.
Excuse me, my good man, but could you settle an argument for us?
Which of us should get to carry the coal and which the egg? Remember, white is the color of deserving truth and virtue.
Quiet, your Highness, and let him make up his own mind. I, for one, shall be more proper, and not even mention the fact that red is the color of love.
I'm sorry, Your Majesties. I'm partial to both red and white, but I'm afraid that I don't know how to solve your problem. One of you will just have to be gracious and allow the other the lump of coal.
What a ridiculously stupid idea.
Quite ludicrous.
He was a lot of help, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Obviously a man of high intelligence. The lump of coal goes much better with my gown anyway. Black and red are imperial colors.
That's the silliest thing I ever
Aivan
heard.
mielenkiintoista.
Red does not go with anything, being much too self-conscious. White is the perfect accompaniment to any color.
Yes. Any.
Alexander
No. Tuossa save. Sierran peli.
Alexander pulls out his magic. Alexander feels a
Morohumppa. Karva tänään, kalju huomenna. Jaa, se on. Monen ihmisen arkki. No en minä tiedä.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking...
Tuo hyvä aloitus.
I'm not odd-looking, you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could speak.
Speak not. Funny is, speech I am and nothing but.
You speak strangely, friend.
Se on Yoda.
Strange my speech is not. Eloquence I speak with.
But who are you? And why are you here?
Away I fly my home from. Lost I am therefore. As my name too, can you guess not?
Mikä se on?
It's what I do
Dangling
this
participe,
voyage
eikä se ollut?
with, and the way I speak of.
If you're lost, perhaps I can take you home.
Take me home too? Think not I do. Know you I do not.
Are you sure you don't want me to try to find your home?
Trust you I do not. Stay here I will.
Joo, tää on se King's Quest Collection, mikä löytyy Steamista, niin tää on se Windows-versio. Mutta hyvä, kun tässä on molemmat. Se on nimittäin ärsyttää, kun jossakin oli se, että näissä Sierran peleissä, että jompikumpi.
Alexander doesn't want to. Alexander holds the sentence out to the creature.
This sentence seems in need of an ending. Perhaps you could finish it?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Know what I do? Where are you going to? Like you I do. Go I with you?
Ja povari. Just noin.
Well, that was certainly interesting. It looks like Alexander now has a passenger.
Mä tykkään kyllä tämän pelin ääninäyttelijöistä, nää on oikeesti hyvin.
Alexander is traveling on. A rabbit hops about rather fearless.
Test.
The dense Alexander would look pretty silly.
Käveläs tuo.
Alexander decides to brave the boiling pond. And soon realizes a deep sympathy for soup vegetables as he learns the true meaning of being in a stew.
Tickets only. Next.
It looks like Alexander's in a bit of a stew.
Oh, really?
Hoping to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of iceberg lettuce. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It still looks hot, but bearable. Alexander
Ouch! Ow! Ooh, 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 ouch!
The pond is no longer boiling, but it's hardly bathwater. Alexander takes the old hunter's lamp from the tree.
Ai vetää. Okei, siisti. Tuotapa en tiennyt.
As Alexander continues down the path,
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
No katsotaan mitä tapahtuu. Silmät loistaa kuinka sattuu.
Gotcha this time.
Tickets only. Next.
that move was slightly erroneous.
Erroneous. Well, why not?
As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with it.
Voi luoja.
Alexander picked.
You aren't gonna listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about.
That's odd. The gardener just disappeared.
D. Mm-hmm.
Alexander pulls
up. Kutonen on kyllä loistava, täytyy sanoa, että mä tykkään.
Alexander. There's nothing.
Oh, kuule.
Do you have anything interesting yet?
No.
A regular abnormality?
No.
I found this little fellow lost on another island.
Coming home I am too.
There you are, you naughty boy. I told you not to leave the island.
Glad I am seeing you too.
A most solemn celebration.
So, you found my dangling
Yeah.
participle. I suppose I'll have to give you something.
Robbie Benson.
Oh, let's see now. Was it a rare book you wanted?
Se muussa se on.
Yes, sir.
Well, then none of these will do. They've been sitting in the sun far too long and must be well cooked by now. This one is far more rare. A delicious little tidbit.
Thanks.
Joo, se on esittänyt sitä. Toki jotain sydänsairauksia, joka aiheuttaa, että ei ole paljon pystynyt tekemään semmoista uraa kuin voinut, mutta joo, se on tosiaan kaunota hirviö äänenä. Siinä 91.
Alexander opens the rare book and looks inside. The book contains riddles and has a page missing. Alexander glances at a few of the conundrums, but finds himself more curious about the one that is missing. What was the riddle, he wonders? More importantly, what was the answer?
Love. No, kuule. Tää ruudun vaihtaminen on tuskainen.
Alexander.
Joink. Ja Save.
Your candy dish is empty.
Tää on vähän koukku.
I am sorry, sir, but I have no more mints. Somebody has eaten them all.
Well, get
Everybody.
some more then.
I fear that is impossible. Without
Jean,
the
joka
ferry, I
menee
can
vähän
no longer get
päihtyy
imports from the other islands,
minttukarkeista.
and we do not grow mint extract on the Isle of the Crown.
Oh, I hate not getting what I want.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Yes.
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks close.
Tää ei ole hirveän hyvä kauppias kyllä. Tää ei tää rahaa tee kyllä juuri mitään.
I'll take the flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its...
Thank you.
The flawless pearl is the... Alexander.
I found this
Kohdellaan vaan tavaraa
large pearl.
keskenään.
Might it be valuable enough to ransom back my family ring?
I have never seen such a perfect pearl. Certainly you can have your ring back.
Yes.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it.
Yes, you can.
I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
Of course you are. You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back with its rightful owner.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
An odd-looking man is reading in the stuffed chair. He wears a vest, balloon-style pants, and pointed shoes. There's something deliberately silly about the man, as though he were a performer of some sort.
Good day, sir. Is there anything you can tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I'm sorry, but I have no time for idle conversation. I'm too worried about the princess.
Excuse me again, sir. You mentioned the princess.
I told you I'm not interested in talking to strangers.
There's no reason...
I found this rare book, and I thought of your offer.
Very interesting. Oh, it is a wonderful riddle book.
Saadaan loitsukirja sillä, että annetaan joku
spells these days.
arvotuskirja.
I guess people believe more in mirth
Miksei?
than in magic.
Miksei?
Here is the spell book you wanted, and a fair trade it is, I must say. Enjoy it.
I certainly hope so. We shall see how rusty my spellcasting truly is.
Niin, kolmosessa loistettiin aika paljon.
Determined to learn more about the strange man's relationship with the princess, Alexander shows the man his insignia ring and formally introduces himself.
I'm sorry to insist, but my name is Alexander of Daventry, and...
I appreciate the offer of the ring, Alexander, but I'm afraid I'm already spoken. Daventry? Where have I heard of Daventry? Flying flit mice. You must be Prince Alexander. Cosima told me about you when she arrived home. How came you here?
Voi nuorta rakkautta.
By a ship, now wrecked upon the sand. But
Young love.
you know Cosima? She truly spoke of me?
Yes, I saw her briefly when she first returned home. She mentioned a prince to me, Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm afraid that was before she was told about her parents' deaths. You see, she arrived home a few weeks too late. The king and queen thought they'd never see her again.
On kyllä panostanut tässä kyllä tähän ääninäyttelyyn ja muuhun paljon.
She's blamed herself.
What a terrible homecoming. If we had only known.
Terrible indeed, poor thing. Everyone in the kingdom seems to despair with her these days. The streets are silent.
Where is she now?
The princess is sequestered in mourning. It's a rather dated tradition, and not required, but the Wazir says she insisted out of respect.
I see. You've yet to say who you are, and how you know the princess.
I? Oh, pardon me.
Yolo.
My name is Jallo. I am clown to the royal court, and have been since the marriage of Cosima's parents, King Caliphim and Queen Alaria. Oh, those were the happy days. The pair of them were so full of joy and life, so in love. And Cosima's birth. It would be hard to explain how long they had waited, how they had hoped for a child. I mean, she was such a charming little thing, smart as a whip, kind and sweet. Oh, she means everything to this kingdom, Alexander, and to me. I'm so terribly worried about her.
About her grief over her parents, you mean?
Well, the truth is, I do not trust the Wazir or his plans for Cosima. I'm still living at the Castle of the Crown as court clown, his clown.
Koska isänsä.
I wish I knew what the princess thinks these days. If only I could find Sing Sing, Cosima's pet nightingale. I might be able to send the princess a message. As it is, I must wait for the end of her seclusion.
What can you tell me about the Wazir?
The Wazir? Now there's a dangerous subject. His name is Abdul al-Hazred. He came to the kingdom 15 years ago. The king was fascinated by his knowledge and his fine-sounding ideas. It didn't take long for al-Hazred to convince the king to trust him with the minor problems of daily government. You see, Caliphim had a wife and a new daughter he wanted to spend time with. Al-Hazred became Wazir.
And now?
Well, he's had his eye on Cosima ever since she was a young girl. And she is the only thing between him and the throne.
Do you think he means to harm her?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I think he'd rather keep her as wife. But whatever his plans for the princess, he will use her to his best advantage.
Hän kirjoitti nämä
charmed her. Perhaps she cares for him now.
The Wazir is capable of anything. And Cosima must be vulnerable and lonely right now. Still, she has always instinctively distrusted him. Cosima has a good head on her shoulders. I'd be surprised if she's truly fallen for his words of love. Now I must return to the castle. Look, I don't want to arouse suspicion. I'll try to meet you here again later.
Thank you for the information, Jallo. Be very careful.
Jollo. Ei millään tavalla epäilyttävää. Epäilyttävää. Erittäin epäilyttävää. Hello. Niin. Vähän niinku Jesus.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
If you know what I mean. With magic map.
Alexander.
Save?
There's no reason. Alexander takes a bottle of milk from the milkweed bush. Apparently, the dogwood tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
Aika ihme paikka.
Alexander gives one of the baby's tears a bottle of milk. The other baby's tears seem to resent Alexander's gift for some reason. Alexander collects some of the baby's tears in the old hunter's lamp.
Aika härskiä. Aika härskiä.
Those tomatoes are not quite ripe yet, and Alexander there's
Tuossa.
Hey, what do you think you're doing there? Get your hands off me!
Rotten tomato.
Alexander picks up rotten tomato and puts him away. One never knows when one will need a rotten tomato.
Yep. Never. You'll never know.
May I have this dance?
Oh,
Onneksi on MT32 käytössä.
Alexander stops playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them. While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall.
Kuitenkin Alexanderilla.
The hole in the wall has 4 legs and a curly tail. He's all limbs with only a hole for a body.
Tosi hauska vitsi, jos joku näistä hahmosta olisi Roland.
Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp. The lamp. That part of the swamp is...
What do you think you're doing? You startled me. I was just getting some swamp ooze.
Well, you certainly won't get it there! That's not swamp ooze! That's swamp muck!
He's right, you know. But he could be a little nicer about telling you. He's not a very pleasant stick in the mud.
Nobody asked you! Be quiet!
Oh, the trials of being a mere bump on a log.
Humor.
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless, is he?
Hey! Hey! What you doing there? Watch the pulp, would you? Now, Bumpy, remember all I've given you!
The only thing you've ever given me is mud. Take this!
No! Not into the swamp!
Hey, okay, I give up. Geez, sorry.
Well, I guess it's not very pleasant having things thrown at you. I'm sorry.
You mean it? Really? Brother. Brother.
Stick in the mud and bump on a log, exhausted from the battle, immediately doze off into naps. Rotten Tomato, being equally lazy, decides to join them.
Hervotonta.
That part of the swamp. Alexander fills the teacup with the swamp ooze.
Nami.
The little china the teacup can...
Swamp ooze.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Good day.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex.
Alexander. A battered...
I believe I'll take...
Very good, Prince Alex.
Thank you.
Tavarat vaan vaihella, ei mitään niinku... Minkälaista valuuttaa tai niinku... Yes. Pull it, please. Pull the string. Pull the string.
Alexander.
Oli taas niitä viittauksia, mitä varmaan kaikki ei muista.
Alexander feels... There appears...
Mitäs se pitikää? Liku.
Nothing There appears to be something etched into the...
Rice. Rice pitikin se on sitä. Rice. Nyt mä ymmärrän. Rice.
Huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliff. Alexander stares with wonder. That's quite a way to welcome a guest.
Onko sulla kartta housussasi, voitko vaan iloja näistä minut? We've got property protection.
There's nothing. The steps cannot be. Alexander can.
Mutta huomenna pelataan Punch-Outia. Ainakin.
Alexander examines the strange etching.
Tämä oli se tämä ja tämä.
The stone beneath.
Aina pitää olla copy protections.
Alexander. The stone beneath
Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Alexander examines the strange.
Sacred Fall. Sacre bleu. Sacre bleu.
Nothing. Alexander. Alexander.
Ilmakalu nuo. Mulla voisi koettaa, että ne olisi nuo.
Nothing. Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff. Nothing.
Oliko se tuo? Nuo.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembled. The
Eli ärsyttävin kohta. Melkeinpä. No okei, ei kaikki ärsyttävin kohta. Ollaan rehellisiä. Vielä tulee nimittäin ärsyttävämpiä kohtia. Vielä on ärsyttäviä kohtia jäljellä. Vielä tulee pelipäiviä. Vielä voit löytää.
Alexander.
Minkä voit löytää? Ascent.
The stone beneath.
Sai loppuratkaisun. Vielä vitutuksen saat. Moro Andrew muuten myös. Ante. Silläkin loistaa silmät.
Alexander finds himself finally at the top of the cliffs. Exhausted, he steps over the lip of the plateau and stands.
Why do you make such an effort to climb the cliffs, young man? The winged ones who live on this island have the power of flight. You could have it too, if you'd only eat a berry from this magical flying nightshade bush.
Syöhän mun puskasta. Tuleehan poika syömään minun puskasta kuule.
The sweet berries will make you float like a petal on the wind. Try some.
Totta kai. Totta kaihan minä yritän.
All right. I'll try some of your berries.
Oh, goody. Eat quickly, dear boy, and I'll show you the way to the Lord and Lady of this isle.
What?
Slightly bitter, pretty one.
tickets only. Next.
Aina pitää kuolla
And
tässä
then there's some
serapelissä.
land I have for sale in the death bogs of Tamir.
No.
Come,
Lähde pois.
Blackberries grow only. The old woman has a pleasant grandmotherly face. In the distance, Alexander can see the peak of a majestic...
Young man, you offend me! I try to help you and you insist on being rude!
Yes.
All right then! Stay tied to the ground like a load of lead! See if I care! You human!
How odd. The old woman just disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Perhaps those...
Yep.
Alexander crawled...
Puskaa esyy.
Alexander finds himself in a dark... It feels exactly... Alexander... Alexander The lighting in this part of the cave is better. Alexander extinguishes the candle's flame. Alexander is Alexander... The floor of the... Alexander sees nothing to do with the rocky walls of the cave. Alexander takes a few leaves from the plant. As he does so, a strong smell of... Alexander... 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 Alexander...
Sabe.
Look, an intruder! Hold! How did you get up here, human?
I climbed the cliffs.
That is not possible. No one has solved the cliffs of logic in several centuries. And if the cliffs were to be solved, it would certainly not be by a human.
I didn't mean to trespass. I only wanted to visit this beautiful island.
No visitors have been welcome on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain in years. Not since the Red and White Queens had spies in the guise of friendly visitors steal our island's sacred golden fleece. But we will not display such foolish trust again. You will have to answer to Lord Azure and Lady Ariel. They will
Olisi voinut näille piirtää vähän erinäköisiksi, mutta ehkä se idea onkin, että ne on samannäköisiä tietty. Jos toivon, että on vähän erinäköisiä, mutta no. Minkäs teet?
With what trickery did you master the cliffs of logic and reach the city of the winged ones?
Only the magic of clear thought, my lord. I meant no harm.
The cliffs of logic. It is the sacred oracle's prophecy, Azure.
Yes, Ariel. It is lucky for you, human, that climbing the cliffs of logic is part of a prophecy that I cannot ignore. We have just been ordered by Wazir al-Hazred himself to dispose of any strangers that might land on our fair isle. But the prophecy would have a different fate befall you.
The prophecy predicts that whosoever climbs the cliffs of logic will defeat the Minotaur. The Minotaur has violated our sacred catacombs and eats our young in sacrifice. Our own daughter, Lady Celeste, was taken there only this morning as his most recently demanded offering.
A dilemma, then. Whom shall I obey in regards to your fate? The oracle or the crown? But since Alhazred did not dictate how I was to dispose of intruders, and since you cannot possibly survive the Catacombs, your imprisonment there should serve both purposes quite admirably.
I will not resist you in this, my lord.
Heittikö ne
I shall do my best to save
lentokoneella ja...
First, I must tell you that the Catacombs are a labyrinth of rooms, a place of exceeding danger. You will need many tools and clear wits to survive it.
Perhana ankat.
I am ready.
Very well. My guards will take you there now. You seem courageous enough, but the Catacombs will determine how brave you
Aina
really
ankat vie
are.
kaikki. Ankkas on kiva lemmikki. Ei siinä mitään. Saakohan ankkoja pitää lemmikkinä? Ankat
Why did you
laukee.
tell Lord Azure you were ready and willing to face the Catacombs? No one is ever ready, and only a fool could be willing.
And you are far wiser, I suppose, to leave a maiden to die,
No kyllä
to not
tuottavat
fight
hampaat.
this plague on your own people?
Bravery and suicide are two different things, human. You will have a chance to renounce your choice soon enough, when you lay trembling under the Minotaur's hooves.
We shall see. Thanks for the escort.
We only escort you to your death. May the fates make it quick so that you do not have to scream long.
Tämä on miellyttävä paikka.
The Catacombs entrance door is... It seems that leaving the Catacombs by that door...
Hitto kun meni 7 tuntia meni juokata se Goblinien kanssa eilen.
Alexander picks up the
Tää peli varmaan, mutta mikähän tässä olisi speedrun ennätys tässäkin pelissä? Musta kyllä, että no 13 minuuttia koko peli. Koko peli 13 minuuttia, mitä? Joo, en mä sitä, mutta siis siinä on kyllä jotakin glitchiä kyllä käytetty. Jotain glitchiä käytetty kyllä. Oli tämä. Tuo. Noniin.
Alexander takes the shield from
31 minuuttia 100%. Siinä on kyllä pakko käyttää jotain glitchiä kyllä ihan kunnolla, ei mahota. Pakko olla.
Alexander finds 2 coins.
Toki ei tiedä kuuntele mitään puhua ja skipataan puheet tietenkin kaikki siinä, eihän se ole niinku mitään, mutta tallentaa.
It's a trap, and the ceiling. In a desperate move, Alexander throws a brick into the grinding
Ajattelin sitä
gears.
brikkiä, että olisi ottanut sen alkupuolella matka.
The brick is caught between the mechanism grinds to a halt. The ceiling, the trap.
Kunhan painaa alt-nappia kanssa. Mä ajattelin, okei. Se on semmosia.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Sounds!
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs.
Sounds!
Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face. Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint and...
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Okay.
Alexander lights the extinguished torch and puts his tinderbox away.
Tyyppi teleporttailee melkein varmaan. Käpät.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall.
Meillä on reikä seinässä.
Alexander puts the hole in the wall trembles slightly with dread at the clammy feeling of the stones. Alexander peers through the hole in the wall, just enough. Aha! Not just another room at all. So that's why Alexander couldn't find the Minotaur. At least Alexander now knows the lair exists somewhere in the main.
Tää on varmaan ihan hauska speedrunattava kyllä sitten siinä tapauksessa.
What he's just seen, the hole in the wall. Frightened, Alexander hopes the little creature finds its way home to the Isle of Wonder.
Meemirunnit. Ne on parhaita runneja. Ei löydy. Ei varma. Ei varma.
This tapestry looks familiar. Now let's see.
Aha.
I don't feel anything. Aha!
Alexander.
Hauska. Hauska nippelitieto.
Your struggles are useless.
It's the Minotaur, and he's struggling with a Winged One's girl. She must be Lady Celeste.
Meillä on punaista
Alexander steps forward, determined to use...
You there! Human!
Who dares enter my lair?
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the consequences.
Mä en oo kyllä tykännyt näistä episodimaista. Mä en tykännyt näistä episodipeleistä juuri yhtä.
As the Minotaur advances in... Until he can back away.
Now where to, little man?
Alexander, his back inches from the fiery pit, tempts the Minotaur with the Red Queen.
Look here, you bully! Nice, bright red.
Red. Now you die.
Sehän meni hyvin.
The Minotaur drops from sight amidst the consuming flames. Slowly, his scream fades as well.
Harvesterin se kaapu.
Have you been harmed, Lady Celeste? Are you all right?
No, I am not all right. I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity.
Yes, I will.
Of course not. Sorry, let's see. If you'll give me a moment, I'll have these untied in no time.
I can't wait that long.
Look, I wear a small dagger just inside my belt. It should be enough to cut the rope.
Oh, all right. I've got it, Lady Celeste. Here we go.
Thank you. You may keep the dagger as a gift for saving my life.
That's very generous.
Forget it. Do you mind if we just get out of here now?
Sehän oli miellyttävä prinsessa.
The Winged One's guards, bored with the pointless waiting, are startled by the sound of rock moving against rock.
Lady Celeste, quite thee well?
I'm quite well, thanks to the bravery of a mere human. So much for your superior intellects.
Yes, milady.
On
Now
tuo vähän...
bring him along. I'm going home.
Voisi olla vähän erilainen kyllä. Semmonen humppailu, okei.
I see you have proven yourself the hero of the prophecy.
Aina pelit kaatuu
I am
siihen.
expected to thank you for saving my
Halutaan
daughter's
tehdä
life.
liian uutta. Aina pitää engineen vaihtaa.
I am obliged to thank you for the restoration of our sacred catacombs. It means much to our people. We have already begun the process of clearing the deadly traps from its rooms. It is also my duty to grant you a visit with the Oracle. So this I do. I will grant you the freedom to leave here unharmed, despite my orders to the contrary from the crown. But there, my obligations to you end. I have no love for Alhazred, but he is my liege, and if Princess Cassima trusts him and wishes to wed him, my guards will take you to the Oracle now. When your time with her is through, I want you to leave the city of the Winged Ones and never return. I don't know who you are or what you want here, but I will not disobey my crown further.
I thank you, Lord Azure. I will respect
Se
your
oli
wishes.
semmoinen vähän niinku teinimäinen ääni. Ja sitten tuo... Mikä se suomen nimi on? Wonder Woman. Mikä se suomeksi? Mutta Wonder Woman kuitenkin ulkoisesti.
This wingless male. It appears that he solved the cliffs of logic and
defeated the Minotaur in his lair. So I have seen.
Ihmeeukko. Juuri nyt ihmeeukko.
This is the one that haunts my pool of late.
Supermies ja ihmeeukko. Lepakkomies.
Princess Cassima.
Ja välähdys.
Whatever you can tell me, Great Oracle.
Of course.
Tässä juuri kuoltiin. Kuoltiin. Kaikki. Mua kiinnostaa vaan yksi nainen, tyttö.
I see a maiden, lovely and pure, but surrounded by evil.
Pure.
She's a rose set amidst bitter thorns. It is her fate to be the pawn of dark powers.
Hänellä ei ole edes OnlyFans. OnlyFans-tiliä.
How do I redeem her?
Fate is not like the cut of a blade, young one, but rather like the myriad of paths formed when a hammer cracks ice. I will tell you what I can, but what will actually come to pass is up to you. I see that any attempt to reach the girl will force you into battle, a struggle against a dark force. If you lose, your life will be forfeit.
Who must I fight?
A great darkness surrounds your adversary, preventing me from seeing clearly. I can only make out the shape of a black cloak. But before this final struggle, I see an infiltration, a dangerous game of hide-and-seek in corridors filled with enemies. The risks are high, but it is the only way to reach the one you seek. There is more than one way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
What else do you see, mighty Oracle?
Oh, such pain.
No, pojat.
restless spirits crying out for revenge. These shades could help you destroy the dark force if they were to be brought back from their spiritual form. Yet this is only one possible path to your destiny. I'm afraid this is getting beyond me. I know very little about the afterlife. I can only advise getting counsel from the druids. Be warned. The druids are reclusive and dangerous. There is nothing more I can do for you. It is water from the sacred pool. That...
Thank you.
Päästiin hyvin. Hyvä. Hyvä. Ja save.
Alex? Nothing happened. Alexander feels...
Strange pulling sensation. Please pull me.
From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting. Alexander reaches into the fire pit and takes a lump of coal. To take the path, Alexander takes the scythe. Alexander.
Tämäkin hauska maailma, onko sitten sitä täytyy sanoa?
Alexander picks up
puddle.
The small The little bottle contains some sort of potion and bears a label saying drink.
No niin, taas tulee.
Your Highness may as well spend her royal time contemplating something else. The lump of coal shall be sent to the Castle of the Crown under my name, and that's all there is to it.
No, it shan't.
Yes, it shall.
If the coal is sent in your name, I shall royally decree a ban on all red on this isle.
You do, and I shall royally decree that white shall be henceforth used for all mopping up of cabbage stew.
You wouldn't dare!
Oh, wouldn't I?
On vaikea.
Oh, it's you! Have you thought of any more of those brilliant ideas of yours?
I found the two of you another lump of coal, so that you can stop fighting over the one you have.
Oh, let me see! A lump of coal! And what a beauty it is, too! Oh, marvelous! Now we can stop fighting, sister. Your Highness can just keep the old lump of coal, and I'll take this new one.
Quite right. That settles everything.
As a token of our endless esteem and royal favor, please accept this magnificent and truly incredible spoiled egg.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let me see that lump of coal, Your Highness.
It is a beauty, isn't it?
Why, it's bigger than my lump of coal. Let me have it immediately.
Over my dead body, Your Highness. It's my lump of coal, and it is indeed larger and much grander. Just look at that sheen.
I demand you exchange with me immediately.
Sellaista se on. Koskaan ei ole hyvä.
Että sillä lailla sitten.
Koskaan ei ole hyvä.
Alexander.
Jep. Pa-pa-pa-ra-pa.
Alexander decides to pass. The magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander.
Nice.
Alexander takes a magnificent white rose from the rose hedge. Alexander walks forward, but the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together.
Mutta mullahan on viikate.
Alexander wields the scythe, determined to get past the magical rose hedges. The leaves fly as Alexander tries to cut the branches faster than they can grow back together. He sees light. He's through.
Who dares enter Beast's garden?
My name is Alexander. I didn't mean to disturb your private garden.
No. And yet, monsieur, you could hardly have accidentally broken through the 3 enchanted traps of the Isle of the Beast.
I suppose it is simply my nature to break through enchanted traps.
Nature.
You must be a prince, then. I know the nature of princes all too well. This face you see before you is hideous, is it not?
Well, for the face of a beast, it is really quite noble.
Ha! I'm glad you like it, for you will soon own one just like it. I too was once a pretty prince, caring for nothing but adventuring and rescuing fair maidens. But I rankled one too many evil hags. One dark night, I was turned into this obscenity you see before you, warped in shape and trapped on this enchanted island over 100 years ago.
Surely there is a way off this island.
Oh, surely. You broke in, did you not? And yet think, where would I go clad so eloquently as I am with this silk and this pelt? You see, my prison is also my sanctuary. You are the first to break through the barriers in lo these many years. That is, except for the druids who stole my heirloom coat of arms.
If there's any way I can help.
Help? You? I'm afraid you don't understand. The enchanted barriers were a warning and protection for you more than for me. Your prize for forcing your way past them is to join me in this dire life. By the laws of this sorcery, you are doomed to be trapped in the form of a beast. Your reward for broaching this garden is to be my slave, a slave as beastly as I am. You have only a few hours of humanity left.
But that's not possible. There must be some way to break the enchantment. Spells always have a weakness somewhere.
The enchantment you are under is tied to my own. Oh, the sorceress left me a way out. But I'm afraid it was only her final bitter joke. You see, I need only find a maiden to join me here, to share my castle, my life, willingly. Take another look at me. You can't help but admire the hag's terrible cruelty and cunning.
I shall try to find such a maid, for Casima's sake.
Truly? How determined of you. I personally would not waste my last few hours as a man on an impossible errand. However, you may do as you please. I give you this token. It's
Thank
my
you.
family ring, and the only heirloom I have left. If perchance you should... if you think you have found a maid...
I shall give her this ring.
Yes, she must accept it of her own free will. By doing so, she accepts me. Not that you shall find anyone, mind you. Your time is short. Count the minutes on your fingers, while your fingers you have, pretty prince. Your master will await you.
Ai semmonen tyyppi. Ai semmonen tyyppi.
Alexander pulled.
Mutta mistä löytyy neito? Mulla on mielessä yksi.
Alexander. There's
Ei tämä siis.
Jalo, my friend, is the wedding still moving forward at the castle?
Prince Alex, egads, yes, that confounded wedding has a whole castle a-bustle. Look, I didn't come here to talk about that, though. I came to warn you.
Warn me? About what? Isn't the wedding bad enough?
No, listen. The Wazir knows that you're here, Alexander. He's posted extra guards, and he's telling them about a foreign saboteur. Who else could he mean but you? The Wazir's genie must have learned of your presence in the land, Prince Alex. I don't know how, but he must have.
I haven't exactly been discreet, I'm afraid.
Alexander, this is serious. Al-Hazred will never let you get close to Casima now. He's doubled the castle guard, probably to make sure you keep out. Gadzooks! Oh, it's too bad there isn't some way to convince Al-Hazred that you've left the islands or even died. If he thought you were out of the way, you might be able to get close enough to...
What an interesting thought. Tell me more about this genie.
The genie's name is Shamir Shamazel. Al-Hazred brought Shamir with him when he came to this kingdom. Shamir probably won't directly threaten you, but that doesn't mean he isn't dangerous. He can be a terrible trickster and an ingenious spy. It's too bad we can't get our hands on Shamir's lamp. If we had that lamp, Al-Hazred and all of our problems would be solved. Wouldn't that be a fine thing?
You would wish to be master of such a wicked creature?
Oh, Shamir isn't necessarily evil. Genies never are, you know. They only reflect their owner's heart, for good or ill. Al-Hazred is hardly a shining example for an impressionable genie.
So how do you propose we go about getting Shamir's lamp?
What? Oh, Prince Alex, I was only dreaming. I mean, the lamp is heavily guarded. It would be easier to steal Al-Hazred's own trousers while he's wearing them than it would be to get that lamp.
But surely a clown's hands are quick and agile.
Well, yes, they are, as a matter of fact. But then the theft would be detected almost immediately. And then... my poor neck.
If the theft were detected.
Oh, I see. Yes, well, there might be a slim chance, but only that. If you could find a replica of the genie's lamp, an exact replica, I might be able to make the swap. I alone might get close enough. But I couldn't tell you what to look for. I caught a glimpse of it only once. I would know it if I saw it again, but to say I cannot.
Well, I'll just have to see what I can do.
Good luck to you then, Prince Alex. I really must be going back to the castle. I don't think I'll be able to come back here. If we were spied on, well, it's too high a risk. I hope you understand. If I see
No.
Cosima, I'll tell her I saw you. If you do ever make it to the castle, look me up. And do be careful, friend.
I will. Goodbye, Jalo. Thanks for all your help.
YOLO. YOLO. YOLO.
Good day, maid. My name is Alexander. How do you do?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to talk to strangers.
Moro Lolpa. Tässä ei mitään. King's Quest
Pardon
6.
me, maid. I hope you don't
Tää on
think me
mainio peli.
forward, but I see that you like roses. I thought you might perhaps
Mitäs Lolpa itselle?
like a fresh white rose.
Alexander can see the conflict in the girl's pretty face as she fights between her distrust of him and her desire for the white rose. The rose wins.
Aina, joka kerta.
Oh, I shouldn't, sir, but it is so lovely. I've never seen a rose of white. It looks so pale and delicate. Wherever did you find one of such a color?
There are many hedges of them on the Isle of the Beast, and they grow together like magic.
Oh, truly? What an adventure that must be to see them. But I should not speak so, especially to a stranger. Thank you for the rose, though, kind sir.
Lauantailta. Ei huono. Ei huono.
Alexander has a thought about the serving girl. He decides to bring up the subject of beast
Ei
with her.
huono. Lauantailta.
Let me tell you
Mutta
about
huomenna
the place where the white roses grow.
kello 19
The Isle
pelataan.
of the Beast is an enchanted place. There's a path running through a deep forest.
Laatupeliä.
The path crosses 3 magic blockades, set to keep all visitors away. At the center lives a
Laatupeliä.
tremendous
Kello 19 huomenna.
Really? Magic blockades?
Vielä
How
kerran.
exciting! What kind of a beast? Is it
Turpaan
very
tulee.
terrifying and ferocious?
It is a beast that walks on 2
Turpaan
legs
tulee ja
and
läski
dresses
tummuu.
like a prince. It speaks with the voice of a man.
A beast
Well,
that
why
talks
not?
and wears clothes? How is that possible? Is
Well,
the
why
beast
not?
magic too?
Not magical. Enchanted.
Asmr.
Beast was once a prince, but a witch trapped him in the form of a beast and set him on the island.
Veiteläpä pumpulla.
There he lives in a castle in the maze.
How terrible! Imagine how lonely he must be.
Tarja mulle yksi olutkalja, kyllä saa aikaa kaiken.
I have met him, you see. He is indeed ferocious, but who would not be?
He really exists? Oh, how it breaks my heart. If I could, I would tend to such a beast. Such a beast might find comfort in a kind face. Do you not think it so?
Oh, I think it's so. I very much think it's so.
Tää on kyllä kunnon wingman tää hahmo.
Not be afraid of him?
Afraid?
Tuolla on helkutin ruma mies, tule mukaan. Hän on
But
yksi.
how silly of
Mut
me
sillä
to
on
speak
rahaa.
so. The roses in this little yard are the only magic I will ever see.
I could take you there. In fact, I would owe you my life if you would go. If you truly wish to go.
You are serious? I could leave here? Oh, I have always dreamt of leaving,
Yes.
but to actually go. This is the only home I have ever known.
Home is a hard place to leave, even if you're unhappy there.
But I will go. If I can help him, I must go.
Noniin. Fantasiamaailman Tinderi.
Is there nothing you wish to take with you?
There is nothing.
Then take this ring. It is his. He will be pleased if you would wear it.
Why, it's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Thank you kindly, sir.
Beauty! Where do you think you're going?
Beauty and Beast.
To a place where roses grow, and to someone who truly needs me.
I see you wear my ring. You willingly agreed to spend your life here with me? Do you know what that means?
Yes, my lord, I do. I have been touched by your story.
Pity alone need not sentence you to endure this face.
Oh, but it is a gentle face, and kind.
You look at me so sweetly and are not repulsed. Oh, by the light of your eyes, my spirit soars. The enchantment! It is broken!
Mä en nyt tiedä, menikö tuo yhtään parempaan suuntaan. Paraniko tuo yhtään? En oo varma.
What? Speak not such nonsense, Beauty. Do you think that I learned nothing of true love during my time here? You are my queen.
Nyt sillä on niinku olkapäällä viennettä kakut.
Oh, my clothes! This gown!
Kato nyt, viennettä kakut on olkapäällä.
Alexander, how can I ever repay you? I have nothing to offer except my gratitude. But please, take these old clothes. Perhaps you'll find someone in need during your travels.
You have already repaid me by your example of courage, Beauty. And by your friendship, I hope.
You will always have our friendship and loyalty, Prince Alexander. But from a fellow adventurer, take some advice. If you find your true love, protect her with your life. Fear all beasts without the redeeming humanity of love. And to aid you, accept my mirror. Now that my life is no longer hung in false shadows, I have no need for it. Give it to someone with nothing to fear from the truth it reveals.
Thank you. I wish you both well.
Come, Beauty. Let me take you home.
No niin. Nyt siellä alkoi. Voi velit. Se oli Liskolla loisti silmät. Ja saatiin vaatteet.
Beauty's old clothes are very ragged.
Hyvä.
A long strand of beauty.
Tuotiin ihmiset yhteen ja saatiin naisen vanhat vaatteet.
Alexander searches through.
Hyvä.
Alexander has a single strand of Beauty's gold.
Voi veljet.
The small vial contains. Alexander examines the oracle's vial.
Tuo piti käyttää tuo.
Alexander pours the contents of the oracle's vial into the hunter's lamp with the baby's tears. The vial, now empty of its sacred fluid, disintegrates.
Sitten piti muistaakseen tuosta tuota.
Alexander fills the hunter's lamp to the brim with the fountain water. The lamp contains sacred water, baby's tears, and fountain water.
Se on kaikki. Mitäs tää ois? Make rain. Mehän pantiin se just äsken.
Alexander reads with interest the specifications for the Make Rain spell. Alexander.
Save. Sierapeli. Save. Pitääkö se puhua siihen?
The spellbook might speak of magic.
Ja se käyttää tää loitsuunnut. Tossa näkyy cast.
Alexander prepares to enchant the hunt.
Clouds of thunder, shafts of light. come and sup with me tonight. Waters 3 have I for tea. Brew a tempest now for me.
Yes. Tässä muuten on 2 eri loppua. Vedetään molemmat. Eka se pitempi loppu ja toinen on lyhyempi loppu.
He hopes the spell works despite his makeshift. Alexander takes a magnificent white robe.
Vedetään molemmat.
Alexander
pulls out the magic map.
Alexander feels a
Vetää esille taikakartta ja tuntee kummallista vetoa. ai. Kyllä minä oon hauska mies. Kyllä minä oon hauska mies.
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her. The nightingale just looks warily at Alexander and keeps her distance.
Back.
Alexander shows the object. The nightingale just looks warily at Alexander and keeps her distance.
Jotakin puuttuu sitten. Mitä on jäänyt tekemättä?
Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to interest her. The nightingale just looks warily.
Puhua sille vielä kerran.
Alexander can...
Hello.
Ei, kun se on pois.
Now, what can I do for you?
Hello.
No one...
Hello.
No... A nightingale...
Hello, nightingale.
The nightingale only looks at Alexander. Alexander, the nightingale just...
Eikö se pitänyt antaa sille? Mikäs nyt tässä puuttuu?
Alexander is the lamp contains what Alexander hopes is the... Alexander... The nightingale just looks warily at Alexander and
tuolla käy.
a group of serving women
Ah, Wolf! More serving women! The castle staff is certainly busy today!
Aye, Gruff. Get a move on there when...
Yes, sir.
Those serving...
Serving wenches. Wenches.
The nightingale just looks...
Mitä mulle puuttuu?
The spoiled egg has... Alexander shows the object to the bird, hoping to... The nightingale just looks warily at Alexander and keeps her distance.
Mitä mulle puuttuu? Mitä et tehnyt?
Good day, Pat.
Good day, sir. If you would like to get one of my fine...
Isn't it a rather bad...
Yes.
Good day.
Siis mä en tiedä mitä tapahtuu, en muista mitään mä oon tekemättä.
Haven't I seen...
No!
But I'm quite sure.
No!
Isle of the Beast?
No!
Dockside?
No! Leave me alone!
Not very friendly.
How fa...
I cannot complain.
Tehtiin se loitsu.
The cargo bay is unlikely to hold anything of interest.
No, sormus, loitsu. Älä vielä humpaa jossain vaiheessa. Älä vielä. Mulla on se runo, eikö mulla runo?
Alexander has a
Joo, kyllä.
The little bottle can the peppermint. This rope. Alexander. What the name? Alexander, what was it?
Tehdään niin. Tee sillä tavalla.
Alexander.
Jotakin on jäänyt tekemättä. Miksi se nyt lintu jo tästä?
Alex the nightingale.
Lajitoverus. Nyt mä ymmärrän.
Good. I can...
Nyt mä ymmärrän.
Would you...
Of course.
That...
Very...
Thank you.
Mites Mursulla meni? Loput treenit.
Alexander winds the mechanical nightingale and places it on the ground. The mechanical nightingale sings a sweet, tinny tune. The nightingale...
Näin se olikin joo.
There's no reason to... Alexander holds out his insignia ring to the Nightingale, hoping she perhaps is the Nightingale that Jallo spoke of, and that she might be able to take the ring to Cosima. The ring is the one thing he has that might alert Cosima to his presence on the Isles. The Nightingale swoops down and grabs the ring.
Jätkä nyysi
Flies off towards
sormuks.
the castle, perhaps to Cosima.
None.
Sing Sing, what have you got in your mouth, my pretty? A gold ring? Sing Sing, where did you get this? Realm of Daventry. But this is Alexander's ring. Oh, my soul, he must be here.
Oh yes.
Sing Sing, I wish you could tell me what you've seen. Is he really here then?
Sing Sing.
On this very island? Oh, if only I could leave this castle as easily as you.
If only.
Take this ribbon, Sing Sing.
Sing
If you
Sing.
know where he is, return it to him. Please be careful, Alexander. It is so dangerous, and yet I could not wish you away.
Oi ei. Siellä taustalla soi tuttu kappale.
The little bird makes a... It's a red velvet hair ribbon. Could it be? Could it possibly belong to Cosima herself?
Or am I merely wishing it were so? Oh.
Siinä se haistelee jotain.
There's no...
Se on kuin likaisen suka haistelee sitä.
Hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place. The Nightingale swoops down, grabs the love...
Sing Sing, my sweet, you bring another present. Let me see. It is a poem, Sing Sing.
Minäkin puhuu eläimille tuolla tavalla. Orava.
What power has chained me through
Hei
and through
Nutcracker.
and binds
Mitä
my
kuuluu?
heart with links so tight I cannot live without the sight of you.
Oh, Alexander. I was hoping he'd return to you. Take this to him while he waits. Hurry, my fleet one.
Kyllä lintua väsyttää, on se perkele. Ai se kuninkaaset taas potkii lintuja.
The little bird makes a delivery. It's a note. Alexander's hand trembles as he reads no words of love, only friend.
Oh yeah.
Good day.
Sitä pitäisi olla. Straight police is not a job. Sitten mikä se autistic screeching. Kokeilas.
Alex.
Prince Alex, what is it?
Nothing.
Oh, the poor young prince. His heart must have just given out on him.
Sattuuhan näitä. Eiku hetkonen, me unohdettiin tehdä yksi asia. Hölmöminen. Hölmöminen. Siihen antaa vielä ruusukin.
There's no...
Tämä Tämmöistä oli kuten fantasiamaailman Tinderi tai kun vonkaaminen oli vähän erilaista.
The nightingale takes the rose and heads for the castle once more.
Se nykyään helppoa. Ei ollut tuohon aikaan.
A white rose. How beautiful. It must be from Alexander. How I wish that I could see him with my own eyes. But Abdul will never allow it. He only risks capture by sending me these things, dear to my heart though they are. Fly elsewhere, my pretty friend. Do not endanger Prince Alexander again by taking tokens from his hand. Forgive me, Alexander, and forget me. I cannot return your love, for fear that I shall never leave this castle again.
On se helvetti.
Alexander waits in vain for Casima's nightingale to return, but the bird does not. Could there be something wrong?
Kyllä.
Good.
Eukko blokkas, nyt on aika ryypätä.
Prince Alex! Oh, the poor young prince. He's... Prince Alex!
Yes.
Perhaps you ought to...
Ei kun täällä pitäisi olla se mustapukunen. Missä se nyt on? Where are you? Pitääköhän mukaan teleporttamassa tulla takaisin? Kyllä se jakaa tää lintu vaihtamassa kuitenkin. Sitä me ei tarvita enää muistaakseni.
Would you?
Of course.
Alex? I think...
Very good.
Thank you.
Jos teleporttamassa tullaan takaisin.
Alexander
Pulls out his magic map.
Alexander.
If you know what I mean. And I know.
Alex. Alexander reads Casima.
Dearest Alexander, I cannot believe you are here, my friend. Please, please be careful. Abdul.
Joo, bla bla bla. Bla 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 bla.
Good.
Missä se tyyppi? Mitäs se nyt oikein tarkoittaa? En mä halua sulle puhua.
Well,
you're up.
Pitää löytää mustaan viittaan pukeutunut vanha mies. Missä hitossa se nyt? Auto.
Good.
Pitääkö? Minun mielestä pitää. Vai eikö?
Good day. The
Eikö pidä? No mitä pitää? Eikö se mun mielestä ole sillä tavalla, että kun se hörpätään tässä.
Prince Alex, what is it? Oh, the... Prince...
Yes.
Perhaps you ought to spin...
Sä tietää se lampun tyyli. Minun mielestä.
Good day.
Good day.
Isn't it?
Well, there's always a...
The peddlers. Alexander will have to deal with the lamps.
How fair.
And
Se mulla on muistikuva, että se pitäisi lamppu vaihtaa.
Old lamps for new. Old lamps.
Muuten se menee vähän randomiksi. Se on tässä juuri se pullo. Ehkäpä.
Alexander. Suddenly, his lungs become too... Then beats... Suddenly, his heart takes a...
Ketään ei kiinnosta.
His chest... His vision...
Phew. For a minute there, I thought...
We are...
The go...
Tässä olisi... No sano mitään. Nyt on ehkä vihjeen paikka. Se on vihjeen paikka. Mä koitan muistella, kun mun mielestä yksi tapa oli saada se tieto siinä, kun se lähtee karkuun.
Alexander...
Hipit. Joo. Tehdäänpäs nää uusi peli tällainen. Kumpi loppu? Tehdään 2 loppua tässä pelissä, nyt ruvetaan tekemään se pitempi loppu eka. Se lähtee tästä. Pikkua sitä aina unohteli.
Great gods, did you see that? The man just appeared from nowhere.
Perhaps he was sent by the spirits. I see no boat.
No boat.
He is an intruder, no matter how he got here. Grab him!
Yes.
Not again. Look, I'll leave. It's no problem.
I think not. Let's go.
Yes.
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
We found a trespasser on the beach, Archdruid.
Uh-oh. Archdruid. Now what has Alexander wandered into?
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come
How
during our
appropriate.
rain festival. Place
You
him in
fight
the
like a cow.
sacrificial cage.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an
You fight
ancient
like a
Druid
cow.
saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage. And the cage is swung out over the bonfire.
Oh no.
Alexander starts to feel a little warm.
No vähän jos kuumu.
The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. This cage is really fire in the cage. Alexander pulls out Beauty's old slave clothes, desperate to beat out the flames.
Beat out the flames.
The heat and movement must have jarred something. Something that Alexander's carrying is starting to jiggle around. Egad, something's really percolating. The water in Alexander's lamp is hot. It's just about boiling.
Yep.
Alexander feels a drop. It starts to rain.
If you know what I mean.
That man is a powerful nature wizard. By the sacred oak, let him down!
Raining men. Hallelujah.
I must apologize for our rude welcoming committee. We've been feeling inhospitable ever since the winged ones stole our sacred miniature oak tree. Besides, Wizir Al-Hazred sent a message that we were to watch out for a highly dangerous foreign assassin. I assume you are the one he meant.
I'm sure I'm precisely who he meant. I assure you, I mean to harm no one, unless that person threatens the princess. I'm sorry to have disrupted your ceremony, but I'm running out of time.
What is it that you seek?
The Oracle
Tässä on
on
2
the
eri
Isle of the
loppua.
Sacred Mountain told me I should speak to you about the realm of the dead. She told me of 2 souls in unrest there that I might be able to free.
Free souls in the realm of the dead? You're mad.
The souls might be able to help me on my mission to save the princess. It's imperative that I do everything I can. The risks are not important.
No. And yet getting yourself killed will hardly help the princess. But I will tell you what I know. Legend has it that it is the right of any human to challenge the Lord of the Dead in order to save his own life or the life of another already past. But the knowledge of how to do this was lost centuries ago. I have only heard of one who tried it. A young knight who came to the land of the Green Isles from a distant land long ago. According to the story, he was determined to challenge the Lord of the Dead for the soul of his dead lover. It is said that he tamed the Lord of the Dead's horse, a black-winged, demon-hearted beast named Nightmare. Nightmare sometimes flies to the human world to feed on certain noxious plants. Those unfortunate enough to see her are glad to escape with their very souls intact. Somehow the knight captured Nightmare and rode off on her back, supposedly to the realm of the dead. But neither the knight nor his lover ever returned.
Joo, pitää S-video johtoa sieltä. Tee ostoslista, mitä mä tarviin itse asiassa tohon Commodore Amiga puolelle. Tässä Commodore saa pari asiaa. Semmonen SD-lukijatyyppinen ja sitten S-video johto.
Samhain was once a man like you or I, but he insulted the gods and was sentenced to rule the underworld. Immortal he is and mateless, robbed of sleep, robbed of movement, robbed of companionship. It is said that he hates all mortals even more for the mortality that he lost. That is all I know.
Interesting. I shall remember.
Now look how the oak embers of our bonfire still glow hot despite the rain. If you're bent on your course, you'll need courage.
Millainen sulla aikaisemmin oli? Mikä nyt ohje?
May your luck last longer than your storm.
Joo, no sittenhän se on iso hyppy. Sitten se on iso hyppy. Joo. Sitten se on iso hyppy kyllä.
Alexander's.
Siisti.
Alexander puts the strand of hair in. Alexander cracks the spoiled egg and dumps it into the skull containing the embers and the strand of hair. The spoiled egg hisses as it makes contact with the hot embers.
Ei oo pahinta. Ei oo pahinta. Täytyy sanoa. Kun ei vielä tee tätä. Ei.
Alexander.
Itsellä on pari vuotta sitten ostettu tuo 2080 Ti.
Alexander.
Se on ihan riittänyt hyvin tähän asti. Ottelen milloin hinnat tippuu, tarviko jotain 3080 Tiistä. Ois valmis näytöohjaajan tässä sitten.
Oh no.
Ei!
Wow! The unforgiving.
Enkä ollut tallentanut.
Next.
Enkä ollut tallentanut.
That wasn't a very logical.
Ei ollut. No joo. No joo. Haistakaa paskaa koko valtiovalta. No ei oo pitkä matka.
Alex.
Näpyttelee vaan dialogiin, mitä mennään kaikki.
Great.
4K-sari ulostunut, niin. Sitten vaan keksi sitä mitä kaikkea. Uuden näytöohjelman hommas tähän, niin sitten olisi tietty hyvä puoli siinä. Ai niin, uusia tuotteita. Linkki tuli. Saisi tämän vanhan näytöohjelman, jos jossain vaiheessa jotenkin striimauskone erikseen tähän. Pelikone ja striimaus erikseen, niin hyötyä sitten siinä, että tuossa olisi valmiina tuo RTX-piiri.
Something that Alexander's carrying is...
Jos on ihan hyvät striimauksen ominaisuudet. Toki Raatkin sais kyllä tosta ihan ok tällä hetkellä 2020 teistä.
Alexander
2080 Ti.
That man!
2020 Ti on nykyinen kortti. Kelpaa pitkä aika kyllä, helpostikin. Tuntuu, että ainakaan tähän mennessä on mikään ollut, mutta sitten jossain vaiheessa, jos halus mitään erikoisempaa, niin sitten pitää hypätä jo niinku seuraaviin tasolle, mutta mä en tiedä vieläkään, että onko mitään pelejä, mitkä tarvii. Tähän vaiheessa ei ole tullut mitään vastaan, että ois tarvetta. Ja hyvin on tää King's Questikin pyörinyt tällä näytön ohjelmalla, että ei mitään ongelmaa. Ei oo pätkinyt. Joo, se on siis PC:llä varsinkin. PC:llä varsinkin. Nyt tallentaa ennen kuin kiivetään sinne. Nyt tallentaa ennen kuin kiivetään. Näin, tämä on Sierran peli. Moro Retteri. Kuukausi 2 pitäisi tulla 14 sarjallista. Mitä paljonko vie vatteja haltu kertoa?
Alexander arrives at the top of the cliffs, somewhat winded after his long but uneventful climb.
Tuhat wattia.
Alexander solemnly speaks the incantation over the skull.
Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like
Kohta alkaa nyt tänään vaatimaan niin kovia watteja, ettei ole mitään tehoja, ettei ole mitään järkeä. Virrankulutus nousi. 500 wattia lähtö.
Nightmare flares her nostrils at the scent of the fire and brimstone.
600 watin kieppelä.
That's it. Come on. I need passage to your homeland, fiery one.
Kyllä heitä pakko jossain vaiheessa odota.
Unable to resist the power of the enchanted smell, Nightmare approaches Alexander.
Tuolla alkaa niinku olemaan, että jos ne haluaa niinku sitä yhtään laajentaa sitä myyntiä, niin saatavaa vähän enempää tehokkuutta tuohon energiatehokkuutta. No ihan naurettavia määriä.
Now ride.
Hi ho, Silver. Niin, no kun tässä aletaan tuntuu vähän, että aletaan olla vähän sillä tasolla, mikä oli prosessorissa silloin 20 vuotta sitten, kun oli näitä Thunderbirdejä ja muita. Joka johtaisi siihen, että no ei sano koska zombe. Niin joka johtaa siihen, että niin kuin se on Thunderbird aikaa, että jossain vaiheessa piti joku semmoinen arkkitehtuuri tai joku semmoinen muutos tulla, että saadaan tehokkaampaa pienemmillä, että enää ei tarvitse nostella mitään megahertsiä. Mitäs käy tuohon koskee?
The touch of the putrid flesh dissolve.
Tickets only. Next.
Alexander's mother always told him to avoid bad ghouls.
Joo, mutta tuo kellotaajuus, se oli silloin aikoina, kun prosessori vaan kellotaajuuksia on sitten jatkuvasti. Ja valtavan kokoisia, piti olla valtavan kokoisia tuulettimia. Niin se Thunderbird oli paras, kun itsellä oli semmoinen, mikä. Voidaanko me jutella?
Who are you, grieving spirits?
I am Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles, and this beloved spirit is my husband, King Califan. We were murdered in our beds by our trusted vizier. Like a viper, he snuck in during the night and stabbed us in our sleep. Now my husband's
Mikähän se
soul is
legendaarinen mulla oli aikoinaan?
and he will not
Semmonen palvelita piti. Mitähän silloin käynyt? Siinä oli tupla. Oliko tupla Severo vai mikähän prosessori? Se on hyvä emo, oli 2 prosessorin paikka.
And safely back in her kingdom after being rescued from Mordak. But I'm afraid I have not personally seen her. Al-Hazred is keeping her in her room in mourning for you.
I am glad to hear of her return, but she will not be safe alone with that devil. Oh,
niin, tässä Windows-versiossa on eri nämä poturit.
How I failed thee.
My poor husband will never rest
Kalima.
while our murder goes unavenged and our daughter
Tuntuuko
is in
ennettu
danger.
tuommoisia wattimääriä?
Your people are still loyal.
Pakko kehittyä, kun seuraava versiossa saa wattimäärät pienemmäksi.
Casima needs you too.
Siis tässä on loistavat ääninäyttelijät. Kalia. Tulee Indiana Jonesin Kalima.
The only one who might be able to return us all to the land of the living is the Lord of the Dead.
Siis kun tuo humppa tuossa alussa vihjaskin, niin tämän päähahmon äänenä on se, joka on siinä Disney-animaatio Kaunotar-hirviössä se hirviöääni. 92. 92 on tullut.
And if we cannot be avenged, I will never be unchained.
Thank you.
Aika läksi ihan hieno peli. Ihan hieno peli.
Be careful, young man. If you can ease
I will do my best. Goodbye, Queen Ilaria.
No kiitos, Rotterdam. Kiitos, Rotterdam. 92. 95 vai 94 tuli se 7. 95 taisi tulla 7. Jos oikein muistan. Hello.
Why do you not rest, sad spirit?
Rest? I cannot rest. My son is lost.
Alku striimin puolella vähän katselin, että mitä kaikkea pelejä oli tullut tänä vuonna, niin Alone Dark 1, Wolfenstein 3D, Sonic 2. Onhan tää niinku samoin aikaan tullut peli, mietin aika hieno. 7 kuukautta, kyllä 7 kuukautta. On se hurja. Näkin mietin tässä, että jos sais 300 seuraajaa vuoden loppuun mennessä, niin olisi kova. Tää 6 itse asiassa Van Caster on kehuttu parhaaksi, että kyllä tää itse asiassa kokonaisuudeltaan paras. Kun se aikaisemmissa on vähän ongelmana ja 7:skin, että vähän niinku lätkitään vaan erilaisia satuviittauksia yhteen ja se sekalainen punainen lanka, niin tässä on selkeä kokonaisuus. Tällä tässä meni rikki. Voi se, katsotaan. Riippuu miten ihmiset intoutuu. Kolmosen voittunutta olla. No.
The skeleton to the left of the path hands something to the spirits that approach the underworld entrance.
Jos pelissä kuolee, niin tässä on se kohta. No, kolmessa vaan kun pelattiin 3 silloin läpi striimissä, niin se on vähän se, että siinä on tiettyjä suunnittelujuttuja, mitä ite ehkä... No on yrittänyt olla villejä. Mut kun sitten siellä oli tyyliin, että oikea reaali aika. Streamissä piti puoli tuntia odotella, että tapahtuu se asia, koska muuten se ei olisi mennyt.
Alexander picks up the 2 bones
3. Joo, mä tykkäsin 3.
Now what do these bones remind him
siis 3 on helvetin hyvää, mutta siinä on tiettyjä tämmösiä... Ehkä olisin tehnyt eri tavalla. Ei mitään reaaliaikaista odottelua.
The skeletons are overcome with the musical call of the bones. They begin to jiggle, then to dance.
Ei se kiire ole, mutta kun tein niin nopeita sen 3 alun, että... Nokoset. Ei tää nokosi. Hippon. Kyllä se on se kappale. Mistä tuli nämä rummut? Ja Monkey Islandkin toiseksi. Kyllä! Kyllä, hyvät herrat. Kyllä. Tanssivia luurankoja. Peli on siinä.
Alexander finishes his tune, and the skeletons resume their posts. Despite their frolic, they don't seem any friendlier. The realm of... Alexander picks up the skeleton key.
No siis kolmosessa on vaan just sitä astut väärään huoneeseen ja pam! Yhtäkkiä velho ilmestyy jostakin ja tappaa sut. Noniin, kiitos. Kiitos.
I have a ticket.
Oh, on. Next.
Apparently, Alexander's not the only one who's curious about the... The knight is wearing an old, tattered ribbon. It must have once meant much to him as a sign of... The Alexander takes the knight's blood. Flesh may cross the portal and seek its master, death. Flesh may go where death is trod, and challenge, like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath. Zounds, that sounds serious.
Sounds. Varata tallennus. Käviköhän tuossa muuten jos ton otti?
The ribbon is so old.
Ei. Tää on hieno peli. 92 kuitenkin seikkailu. Niin tässä on niinkään hienoa. Spooky.
Using that on Charon, Alexander doesn't want to experiment with the... Alexander scoops The little china the teacup contains swamp ooze and water from the river Styx.
Sitä mä en oo muistanut.
The journeying spirits are beyond...
Melkein. Kolikot.
Will these coins do as fare for passage?
Charon accepts the fare and waves Alexander on.
Tässä on hienoja taustoja periaatteessa. Siitä kytää vähän. Tulee joku kiger mieleen. Taas save. Tehdäänpäs uusi. Eek.
Alexander reached suddenly. The wood...
Hello.
What touch has awakened my sleep?
Bad touch.
I smell the blood of a mortal. Reach out
Joo, se oli ihan hieno
hand
leffa.
again,
Se oli niinku visuaalisesti kyllä näyttävä.
that I might
Ja se on hyvä, että ei kaikki yritetty yhteen laittaa. Eihän se on niin iso epos lopulta tarina, että yksi semmonen nähtiin jo, kun pantiin koko homma yhteen leffa.
Despite his fear,
I would pass, Gate.
My master and thine, human. I would be pleased to introduce...
No, thank you. I come to...
And why should I let you past, human, when I would much rather eat you?
Eat you.
I have been told that there is a way for humans to enter Death's realm. There must be something I can do.
Katsotaan.
Some task
Se olisi kova, että 300 tulisi täyteen, kun me tosiaan silloin pelataan, tai sanoa, että 300 on täynnä, että me pelataan vanhoja kasari-ysäri Suomi-sarjavare-pelejä. Tässä tehdään semmonen teema nyt. Mutta kuten Discordissa sanoin, huomenna pelataan 7. Haha.
A riddle it is then.
And if thou wouldst fail to answer, Gate, his thirsty jaws will be thy fate.
Agreed.
Listen as though it meant thy life then, human, for it surely does.
Hyvä kurkkuääni.
My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
My first is foremost legally. My second...
Paino väärä. Paino väärä kohta. Hyvä. Tultiin takaisin samaa kautta sisään. Hyvä.
Tickets only.
Se meni hyvin.
Next.
Se oli hyvä.
Riddle fiddle. What to do?
Sehän meni oikein kauniisti.
Alex...
Ei, kun siis...
Tickets only.
Parhaiten se on kuitenkin tää lopputekst sanat.
It must have been love at first bite.
Oli sen arvosta.
Alex...
Oli sen arvosta.
What?
Alex...
No.
And if...
Agreed.
My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
The answer is love.
Thou traitor of the mortal plane, how didst thou guess love? That riddle should never have been solved. Love is unknown in this realm.
Love cannot be banished, even from this place. There are spirits still pining of it on the surface above. Still less can it be banished from my heart.
Enough! Burden me not with thy poetry. Pass through, and quickly, before I change my mind.
Alexander approaches the throne of the Lord of the Dead.
Why have you entered my domain, still wearing your flesh?
No.
If you are so anxious for death, you might have found it easily enough in the land of the living. But since you are here, you are most welcome to stay. Kiss my hand, and you will be one with the spirits. There will be no pain.
Ei, kun nää läppäsen sua.
I did not come here to die, but to demand my right of challenge. I respectfully challenge thee, death, by throwing down this gauntlet. Man may pass the portal, and seek its master, death. Man may pass where death has trod, and challenge like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath.
So deep.
He has the gauntlet!
Impossible! He challenges death. Who are you to challenge death?
A man of flesh is all I need to be, my lord.
And what is it that you seek with this challenge? The soul of some dead maiden?
I seek the souls of King Califim and Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles.
You would save 2 human souls and emerge alive from this realm yourself? That shall be a difficult challenge indeed. The tomb does not open its doors lightly.
Either all 3 of us leave, or none go.
Very well. Then let me think of an appropriate task. Yes, I have it now. Your challenge is this. For thousands of years, I have sat upon this throne. I have heard every sad tale that can be told by human lips. I have seen tragedies that ended empires, injustices that defy reason, love that would light the very stars turn cold and hard. I have seen torments that cannot possibly be borne,
mulla on iso kasa pöytäropeja tuolla hyllyssä. Pitäisikö hänen myyviä jollekin?
This thing I have never done. I have never shed a tear. Make me cry, thou man of flesh. That is my challenge.
Make death cry?
Sooner could he turn sea to stone, or fire to ice.
Mahdi, niin oli.
Beast's mirror consists of a piece of glass set into a... Alexander examines Beast's mirror.
If your existence has been all that you say it has, then truth alone shall be my sword.
The mirror's surface swirls with darkness for a moment, then fills with images even blacker.
Mulla on hullu tärkeä, mulla on DD vanha, DD 3. painos, Hyperpunk, Atletek, Atletekia. Onko se 4. painos?
Alexander feels the mirror tremble in his grasp and is glad that he cannot see its face. But the Lord of the Dead is transfixed to the mirror, to the screaming of his life. Things long forgotten are once more uncovered. His enslavement to this throne while still a man. The years of watching misery and horror and growing ever more numb to it. The seep of his own humanity. The slow growth of a new thing altogether, which became that which he is now. His is an existence that has no possibility of redemption, no end. The surrounding spirits draw away in pain. The truth is so sharp it stabs, so intense it sears.
Take it away. Make it stop.
The mirror of truth cracks from the strain, and death sheds a single gray tear.
Truth is indeed a terrible thing. I have worn this mantle for so long, I had forgotten its dreadful weight. You shall take the souls and leave as I agreed. You have been granted to stay from this inevitable reality. I almost envy you. Find the souls he has claimed, and bring them to me. King Calaphim and Queen Alaria, I presume. Your hero has won you a few more years of mortality. May your souls be more prepared for their rest when you return.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I hope that they will.
And you, man of flesh.
Yes, I will.
My steed shall take the 3 of you back to the land of the living. Tell her where it is you wish to go. Until we meet again, then, I assure you, we will meet again.
No offense, my lord, but I hope that will be many long years from now.
It is never as long as you might wish, mortal. Now, begone.
Yes, my lord.
minkä sä olit Muadipi ottaa se myöhemmin. Se on totta.
Are you coming, Majesty?
Al-Hazred's treachery
Se on
must
totta,
be
joo.
handled carefully, Alexander. Alari and I must go gather our allies and form a plan. Watch over Casima. Make sure she comes to no harm. We will return as soon as we can to take back all that has been stolen from us.
I will keep her safe until your return.
Thank you, son. Your
Thank you.
love for our daughter must be deep indeed for you to have undertaken death itself for our sakes.
Indeed. May we succeed in what awaits us and live long together as a family.
Tarina ei kerro. Nyt se on siinä. Nyt se on siinä. Nyt se on siinä. Hyvästi. Just kuoltiin, niin kuollaan uudelleen.
Alexander's.
I can't go on anymore. Without Casima, I'd just rather not live.
Prince Alex, no!
No.
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop!
Itse kasteli.
I am...
Vaan kasteli.
No. More.
Meilläkin kotona kiroiltu, missä navigaattorit? Ja missä on se Harkoon ja toinen henkilö? Missä on Sting? Where are you, Sting?
He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased. I told you not to pop in like that. You can learn to knock like everybody else.
Sininen tommonen.
Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. I have great news. Well, what is it? Prince Alexander is dead. He killed himself in despair over losing Casima.
Niinkös se oli?
What? Are you positive? That young man has proven to be most devious. I saw the whole thing myself, Master.
Eikö mä sekoita sen vanhaan leffaan jo? Siinähän se oli alusta lähtien, melkein. Koska Sting.
If what you say is true, it shall be most convenient. You've spent enough time on that little irritant.
Eikö se ollut myös se TV-sarjassakin, mikä tehtiin alusta lähtien?
Anything, Master. Oh, I do love weddings. Well, we do want you to look your prettiest, don't we? Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself, as we discussed.
Sininen lamppu, sininen lamppu, sininen lamppu, sininen lamppu. Muistas.
Alexander's heart lurches to life.
Korkea sininen lamppu.
Prince Alex, but you...
Sorry, friend. I was doing a little acting, I'm afraid.
Ruskea lamppu. Ei, sininen korkea lamppu. Se meni sen sinisen korkeassa lamppu, ei ruskeassa. Älä humppa viisi.
Excuse me, peddler.
Siinä.
A fine choice, my
Punainen
son.
pullo kamppiina.
Good day.
Good day.
Pum pum pum.
Drat. Another.
No voi. Hyvä. Nyt meillä on sininen. Hyvä. Homma jatkuu. Jee. Di-du-di. Muistan, ollaan tekemässä sitä pitkää loppua tässä. Mennään tää läpi tällä, sitten ladataan takaisinpäin, otetaan se toinen tapa pelata pelin läpi. Tää on se pitempi versio. Ei muistaakseni niin onnellinen loppu. Tää on se onnellisempi loppu, se toinen on muistaakseni ei niin onnellinen. Mutta loppu kuitenkin.
Alexander dips the large black feather into the teacup.
Yes.
And stirs the contents gently.
Let me stir you. Cabina.
To his amazement, the jet black color of the feather slowly drains from end to tip into the teacup.
No niin.
The teacup mixture blackens and thickens to a paint-like consistency. Alexander carefully puts it away, discarding the drained feather. Feeling artistically inspired, Alexander decides to make use of the large blank castle wall. Ah, a doorway.
Pam pam param pam.
With trepidation, Alexander gathers his strength for the enchantment of the painted door. Magic paint, black as ink. Bring to life what I think. Make it real what I draw, according to this spoken law. The spell worked. The door has magically solidified. Eager to be inside the castle at last, Alexander opens the enchanted door and steps inside.
Bing.
The magic paint door fades back into the wall.
No niin. No mene.
Alexander decides to find out what...
Prince Alexander, I can't believe it! How did you get into the castle?
Well, actually, it's a little hard to explain.
I bet. You run a terrible risk of being here, though. The castle is crawling with guard dogs, especially today. The Vizier will have your hide if he finds you.
I know that, Jello. But Cosima is being married today. What greater risk is there than that?
Of course you're right. Young love. I forgot what heartburn it is. But what are you supposed to do about it?
Yep.
I've got to try to see her. Maybe even stop the wedding.
Is that all? And here I thought you would try something dangerous.
Don't worry about me, friend. Just tell me, where is Cosima?
As far as I know, she's still in her bedroom upstairs. You'd never make it up there, though. The guard dogs are everywhere, and they're very loyal to the crown.
Se on mielenkiintoisia ääninäyttelyitä, täytyy sanoa se.
Right now, the crown means Al-Hazred. If we had proof of something truly afoul, the guard dogs might listen. As it is, they're your enemies, not his.
I understand. I've had no lack of enemies since I got here. In fact, you'd almost think I wasn't welcome.
And they say princes have no sense of humor. Well, I can see there's no putting you off. For Cosima's sake, I wish you luck. I'll be here if there's anything you need.
Thanks, Jalo.
Mulla tulee mieleen tästä kärjistään, kun Helsingissä asuu Katanokalla, niin siellä oli semmonen... No, mitä se olisi? 2,5-3 metriä oleva kattokorkeus, niin... Tuli vähän mieleen. Sama.
I've been thinking of what you said about swapping a replica for the genie's lamp. I got this lamp from the old lamp seller in town. Do you think it will pass?
Why, yes! It's an exact replica. That's amazing. How did you guess?
I suppose it was intuition.
I'll have to wait for the right moment, mind you. But I should be able to get
hyvä
close enough
asentaa
to
kuule
swap this
kattoo
for the
lamppuja
real
tai
thing. And none shall be the wiser.
palohälyttimiä.
Now you shall see Jalo's skill.
I'm sure your hands are mightier than my sword, my clever friend.
Go ahead and do as you've planned, and let me worry about swapping the lamp. If I accomplish the trickery, I'll manage to get the lamp to you somehow. You never fear.
I have faith, Jalo.
Jalo.
You are a true friend.
Oh, shucks. I'd do anything for the princess.
Jep. Jollo. Piti tuo näyttää. Otetaan kokeillaan. Tapahtuiko täällä muuten jotain kuolemia?
Alexander sees... Alexander... The cup.
Ei.
Alexander...
Mother?
Aha.
What's the matter, little boy?
I'm lost. I don't know why she would
You must be the son of the spirit I met in the realm of the dead. She gave me this handkerchief and asked me to tell you that she's waiting for you there.
It's Mama's. It even smells like her. I can feel her now. I know where to go.
Wait. Before you go, is there anything you can tell me about the castle?
I like to play in secret places. In the basement behind the Man of Steel is a door.
Man of Steel.
Nobody except me knows it's there anymore. Farewell.
Spooky. Spooky. Mitäs tuolla sitten?
Alexander...
Nothing.
Alexander examines this... Alexander... Remembering what the little boy ghost said. A secret passage.
Do.
Alexander hears the... Alexander...
Captain, I've been hearing rumors from the guards who've been watching the princess. They say lately she's been pounding on her door and begging to be let out. Ain't none of my business, sir, but news like that is upsetting the other dogs. Ain't no guard in the castle who would willingly keep the princess
Koirat on
anywhere she
vartijoita,
don't
kuinka
wanna be.
Our Hasred claims that a foreign intruder is here to assassinate her. That's why she's got to be kept under lock and key, right up until the wedding.
Call me an old dog that can't learn new tricks, but I say the princess should be the one given the orders.
Al-Hazred has been in charge for months, what with the king's death and Casima's mourning. Tonight, the wedding will seal it, and there's nothing we can do about it. Like him or not, he's our liege. Need I remind you of your oath to the crown?
Aye, we've an oath. For the sake of the princess, we'll not be forgetting it. He'd just better treat her well.
Speaking of the Wazir, what do you reckon he's keeping in that magical room of his?
It's not a magic room. It's just the door he's enchanted somehow. I say he's still got the royal treasury in there, along with whatever else he's so eager to protect. Not even the court treasurer is allowed in there anymore.
I heard him in the hall the other day. He was speaking of that door. Black magic is what I say. I heard him say Ali. But then Bay came up and started yapping at me.
Enough! It is not our place to question the practices of our liege, no matter how strange. The wedding will be starting soon. Report to the throne room when you hear the music start.
Ali. Eli pitäisi Ali ottaa ylös. Ei, kun se nyt rappuisi, niin se aikaisemmissa King's Questissa se tippuu. Astuu väärään kohtaan.
Alexander peers through the chinks in the wall, trying to locate the source of the crying sounds. Alexander's palms begin to sweat and his heart to race. It's Cosima. He's found her.
Tämä kuin Harvester.
Psst. Princess Cosima.
What? Who's there?
It is I, Alexander. I'm here behind this wall.
My, how suave that sounds.
Alexander? It really is you. Oh, I knew you were close by, but how did you get inside the castle walls?
It's a long story and not important now. You did get my ring.
Oh, yes. It has brought me such comfort, Alexander, to know you were close by and had not forgotten. But you shouldn't be here. You're only endangering yourself.
I don't care about the danger. I would brave anything to learn.
What is it?
Alhazred, do you want to wed him, Cosima?
No.
Oh, please believe me when I say that I never agreed to marry that man. Even when my father trusted Abdul absolutely. I never liked him. But with mother and father gone, I'm afraid there's no stopping him.
If you do not wish to marry him, Cosima, you shall not. I promise you. Only come with me now, and we shall escape.
How? I cannot fit through this wall. Besides, do you think I could leave my kingdom, my people, in Abdul's hands? But Abdul would tear the castle apart if I were to disappear from my room.
No, woman, come with
you
me.
You shall have to do what you can to delay his plans from your end.
Woman.
I can't just leave you here.
Woman.
Alexander, do not despair for me. I have been safe in this room for nearly 6 months now. Abdul can be in no hurry, whatever he plans. After all, I'm to be his bride, am I not? I have been planning too, you see. I believe I can escape. If I can only get a chance to lay my hands on a weapon, there might be an opportunity in the hustle of the wedding.
But I...
Shh, just a moment more, then you must go. Let us not waste time with words. Please, let me just look at you, dear Alexander.
Kato minua, minä annan sulle puukon.
Here, take this dagger. It's not much, but it might come in handy.
Why, it's perfect. This is just the sort of thing I've been looking for. Thank you, Alexander.
How romantic.
I'll keep it close and use it if I must.
Alexander looks with longing at the fair Cosima. She's even more beautiful than he remembered.
Cosima.
Alexander?
Oh no! Someone's coming!
The lock on Cosima's door rattles abruptly.
Alexander, hurry! Step away before they see you!
Alexander hears scuffling and a woman's brief cry from the other side of the wall. Then, silence.
Luvin tällaisen self-help-kirjan nimeltä Romeo ja Julia. Rakkaus voittaa aina.
Alexander hears this. Alexander looks
Sitä
through
kun
the
Laura
chink in
Bowsi
the wall.
eka peli. Koko ajan kurkitaan reijistä huoneisiin.
Dear Shadrach, salutations from the Society of the Black Cloak, etc., etc. My long preparations are about to come to fruition.
Okay.
In a matter of minutes, I will wed the lovely Cosima.
Cosima. Kirjoittiko se tuntuu? Haha. In the matter of minutes, I will wed the lovely Cosima.
Once I've established my power and my crown, I can stage another accident. The princess has proven infuriatingly stubborn, as you know. She's becoming quite a dangerous little thorn in my side.
Yeah. Yep.
In a way, it is a shame I have to kill her. She is lovely.
Shame.
It would be amusing to keep around, but I can't risk her talking treason to one of the guards. So far, I've managed to keep her locked away, but I can't continue that forever.
Why not?
Well, on to it now. I'd send her to you, but as you know, I had no luck in doing so with Mordak. I close in triumph. King Abdul al-Hazred.
Nice.
I think it's about time to see if Shamir has taken care of the wench as I asked.
Wench.
It's almost time for the wedding.
Parhaimpia kyllä niinku termiä wedge. Kuulostaa niin hauskalle.
The Wazir's words fill Alexander with blazing anger and fear for Casima's life.
That blackguard! That murderous swine! He'll not have his way if I have anything to say about it.
Alexander sees lots of black cloaks.
Kassisima. Ew.
Alexander opens the
Ew.
Inside the ebony box is a piece of paper with the word Zebu printed on it.
Zebu. Zebu.
Alexander inserts the skeleton key in the trunk's lock and turns it. Alexander picks up the most recent letter and examines it. The letter is addressed to Abdul al-Hazred from the wizard Shadrach. It reads, "Greetings to a brother of the Black Cloak. I was sorry to hear of great Mordak's death, though he was a bit of a ninny at chess. It seems the plans for that little kingdom of yours are coming along. I must congratulate you on your handling of the king and queen. Isolating the island so that no protest could develop was another brilliant stroke. It looks like there's not much left to stand in your way. Do as I recommended with the girl, and you shall have your crown."
That fiend!
That fiend.
Alexander crawls back through the wardrobe to reach the secret passage.
That fiend. En ymmärrä mitä tarkoitat kassisimalla.
There's no...
No.
A stone door. Having found the secret passage, Alexander's... There's a strange door. Since the door on the west...
Se oli Ali. Ali. Zebu.
Listen, door. I would have you open. Ali Zebu.
It worked.
Yes, it worked.
Alexander pulls the drapery aside, curious as to what might lie underneath.
Se toimi.
On the table are 4 unusual items. On the table is a coat of arms with the head of a beast on the crest.
Beast said that his coat of arms was stolen.
On the table is a...
That must be the sacred miniature oak that the druids thought the winged one stole.
On the table is a strange-looking stone that's giving off an
Ovella.
odd, high-pitched noise.
That must be the Isle of Wonders singing stone. Didn't the queens think that the beast...
On the table is a fleece.
That fleece must belong to the winged ones. And they thought the Isle of Wonder had taken it.
As Alexander looks at the objects on the table, he realizes the depth of the Wazir's cunning. It must have been the Wazir or an accomplice who stole that one thing most precious to each island, and then leaked rumors that one of the other islands was responsible.
What did the Wazir have to gain by causing the islands to hate one another?
Alexander hears the sound of music come. Oh no. Alexander hears a door off the north hall open. Alexander hears the sound of a guard's footsteps coming from the north. Wait, there are more footsteps up. Alexander looks cautiously around the grand hall, but there are no guard dogs to be seen. The wedding music is coming from behind.
Prince Alexander, here, the Vizier will have my head for allowing you within a mile of the royal wedding. Since you are of noble birth, I will give you 5 seconds to explain your presence here before killing you. I warn you, it had better be good.
Salaatti.
Alexander is carrying...
You give me no excuse.
But Sally...
Hän oli antamassa sitä sulle. Antamassa sitä sinulle.
Tickets only.
Mä käkkäsellä vessassa.
Next.
Perkele.
Evidently, Saladin is a dog to be reckoned with.
Isänsä poika. Mikäs me alettiin viimeksi? Tähänkö se?
Alexander is...
Joo. Joo. No, liiku.
Since...
Ali... Sebu.
Listen.
It worked. Alex. Those on
that
on the on
that
on the
What did the Vizier have?
A graceful Alex.
Aletaan taas tää niin, että tätä tehdään jos kuollaan noin.
Alexander hears. Alexander.
Sinne.
Alexander looks cautiously. The wedding
Prince Alexander, since you are...
Wait. If you love your princess, you'll hear me out. The Wazir is not what he appears to be. Cosima is in terrible danger. I have proof that this is so. For your princess's sake, you must believe me.
Let me see that.
Saladin reads the letter, his sword point still against Alexander's throat. Alexander watches the guard dog's noble face darken with rage.
This is treason. I'll have his throat. But how do I know this letter is not a forgery? You could have written this yourself.
But I did not. Have you no doubts of your own about Al-Hazred? Don't you see? All he wants is the crown. Cosima is being coerced. We must stop the wedding.
It is true. I have had my suspicions about the Wazir, especially when King Calaphim and Queen Alaria died. But I have seen Cosima with him several times. She appears to be quite happy, even enthusiastic. I don't believe she could love him if he truly were so wicked.
I cannot believe for a moment that she loves that snake.
A jilted lover would not believe it. But come, see for yourself.
The captain of the guard leads Alexander into the throne room, where a ceremony seems to be in progress. Alexander feels his blood run cold at the sight.
I, Cosima, declare Abdul al-Hazred as my lawful and beloved husband and king of this realm.
But, Cosima, what are you saying?
Do you still claim that the princess is being forced? Perhaps it's you that's the
Hän on irtautumassa kultakannasta ja laittamassa
Alexander approaches the wedding party.
Luomassa vientimarkkinoita ja
Prince Alexander here? This is an outrage! How dare you?
Sekö ei ole, että sun takana on kahdella jalalla kävelevä koira, jolla on miekka? Se ei ole millään tavalla epäilyttävä.
Can't you even keep the castle free of assassins during your own princess's wedding? Kill him! Kill him now!
Lord Al-Hazred, with all due respect, you are not quite king yet. And this is a wedding ceremony, not an execution.
What? How dare you contradict me, you flea-bitten mongrel! I gave a direct order. Obey me, or feel my wrath.
Milady, I apologize for my behavior, but I am yours to command in all things. I wanted merely to hear your own wishes from your own lips.
Mikä tuo äänen on?
Tell me what it is that you wish me to do with this young man, and I will obey.
Why, Captain, you heard my dear Abdul. If he wishes this atrocious young man's death, then I want nothing more than to see him get his wish. Obey thy liege now and always.
As you wish, princess.
Just as Saladin prepares to run Alexander through with his sword, a shout is heard from the direction of the Grand Hall.
Hold! In the name of the true king!
Tony Che.
King Calaphim and Queen Alaria burst into the throne room, looking alive and well and full of wrath. Behind them, a line of supporters look prepared to battle, if necessary, for their beloved royal couple.
Mistä se on tuttu?
Cosima, darling, are you all right? Has he hurt you?
Hands off of her, you murderous goat.
If I want your advice, I'll ask for it, Mother. But, Calaphim, that's not Cosima. I'd know my daughter anywhere.
What have you done with our daughter, you devil?
The lovely image of Cosima suddenly bursts into smoke and is replaced by
Tony Che on siis tuon koira äänen.
Why, you conniving serpent!
Get him, guards! Saladin, your sword!
Drat it all! You may have ruined my plan,
Vähän pudottaa
but you
tyyppi.
won't get me. or your precious Casima. Get them, Shamir! I command you!
He's getting away! Stop him! Yes, sire, as soon as I deal with this genie.
Alexander, be careful. Alhazred has a sword.
Shut up, wench! Shamir Shamazel! Get in here!
Here I am, master.
It's about time, you bumbling fool! How could you let him follow me?
Well, as you wish, master. Razzle, dazzle, snap and snazzle.
Alexander, I did it! I swapped the lamps!
Chin.
Here, quick, take it!
Bless you, Jalo. I knew you could do it.
YOLO!
Now get clear, friend.
No arguments there, my lord. Good luck!
YOLO!
Shamir Shamazel, hold your spells. I am your master now. I order you to go back into your lamp.
How did you get my lamp? You thief! You've ruined me!
My lamp! Oh, thank Valhalla! I hated working for that loathsome creature. I already feel his nastiness leaving me. How I've longed for a master like you. I've got a new master. I've got a new master.
So, you are a thief as well, Alexander. Stealing the lamp was very clever, I'll grant you that. But I am the master thief. Face my sword if you dare. The man left standing shall have the lamp.
So shall it be, Alhazred. I don't need the genie to deal with a coward like you.
On se kova jätkä.
Inspiration.
Zounds! This sword must weigh a ton.
Good. Then you shall only fail soon. So, the mouse would bite?
This mouse shall bite, as you shall soon see. Or should I say,
Prince of Persia alkoi.
soon feel?
Ha! You can barely lift that sword, my prince. Better to lay it down now. I promise to dispatch you with little pain.
Tartu karttaan, nyt mennään.
But I think I'll wait and see what this sword can do.
Suit yourself.
On tappelu, on.
Alexander's arms start to tremble under the effort of wielding the huge sword. His muscles are nearing exhaustion.
Ha! And so it ends.
Not if I can help it, you murderer!
Casima thrusts the small dagger into Alhazred's shoulder with all her might.
Ah! You
Ajattelin, miten paljon tässä on kohtia. Jotain, jos et ole sitä lamppuhommaa oikeeta ottanut. Tai jos et ois antanut tuo puukkoa tolle, niin tää epäonnistuu sitä kohta. Kaikki muut tämmöstä.
Casima!
Tong!
Are you all right?
I'm fine, Alexander. I was just so afraid for you.
There's no need to fear anymore, princess.
Yes, I know. How can I ever repay you? For
Muistakaa nyt
myself,
se, että
for my kingdom.
vaikka tää loppuu tää.
Me
pelataan se yksi kohta taaksepäin ja pelataan sitten se erilainen loppu.
Alexander, what are you saying?
I love you, Casima.
Se on
Would
nopeampi.
you ever consider... Do you think you could... marry me?
Could you ever have doubted it, my prince?
Oi. L'amour.
Oh! Guards!
Princess Cosima, are you well?
I'm quite well, thank you. Please take Abdul and put him in the dungeon. See to it that he gets a doctor.
Yes, Majesty.
I have to go with Alexander and check his maps, if you know what I mean. My sextant is already ready for use. Hey.
Cosima and Alexander ask Captain Saladin to perform their wedding
Se oli
ceremony.
nopeeta.
Saladin is honored to do so.
On this historical day of great joy in the land of the Green Isles, we witness the union of Cosima, beloved princess of this realm, and Alexander, Prince of Daventry.
Tää oli kyllä pikahäät.
Do you, Prince Alexander of Daventry, take Princess Cosima to be your wife, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
And do you, Princess Cosima of the land of the Green Isles, take Prince Alexander to be your husband, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Do you have a ring?
I have Alexander's royal insignia ring.
Very good. Please place the ring on Cosima's finger. Who gives this bride to be wed?
Aika tässä vanhemmat
My
kiinnostaa.
mother and I willingly
Siellä on
give our
Grahamkin.
daughters
Miksi sillä ei ole
hand
harmaat
in
hiukset?
wedlock.
Who will speak for the groom?
I will.
Eiku onhan sillä.
Alexander's mother and I recognize his marriage to Princess Cosima with glad hearts and sanction this union.
Then
No niinpä se onkin jo.
Alexander and Cosima, I now
Todennäköisesti se ei oo sitä
pronounce
vitosen
you
pöllöä.
man and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Siitä olen tyytyväinen. Ja tytär on vielä ilman... Tytär on vielä ihan yksi. Voi voi. Voi voi.
Congratulations, my children. I have an important question for you both. Please hear me.
Yes, sire?
Alexander, I
Ah.
welcome you into our
Se on
family
siistiä.
with open arms.
Oot saaneet.
I place trust in Alhazred because I so badly wanted a son and a husband for my beloved daughter. I was wrong. But you are true and good, Alexander. You have proven yourself to all my people.
Thank you, sire.
Olaria and I have been through much. Even though we have returned to our kingdom, I do not think we are able to reign again. Will you two consider the crown? I know as king and queen, you can heal this small kingdom from all the damage that Alhazred has inflicted upon it.
Oh, father.
Why, I'm honored. What do you think, Cosima?
I love my homeland, Alexander. I would be happy to stay and serve it all my days.
Father, I believe I'm needed here. Would you be very disappointed if...
Son, you must follow your destiny. I do believe the land of the Green Isles needs you. You'll be a magnificent king, though dearly missed in Daventry.
Then I accept.
Ei oo kyllä samanlainen, täytyy sanoa.
And how I will miss you.
Alfa kuin isänsä.
Don't worry, mother.
Kun tuo isähän on tommonen jumalakata
We'll be able to visit
Arska
often.
kakkonen.
I'm not about to forget my
On
family.
hauvista ja jumala tyyppi on harmaa kuin mikä.
Congratulations, Alexander. I'm so proud of
Aha.
you.
Thank you, dear sister.
Mikäs se oli?
Oh, Alexander, I'm so glad. Between the return of my beloved parents and our new reign, you've made me so happy.
I'm glad I could make up for some of your suffering.
Ajattele. Saa
my
kaksi
beautiful wife.
Congratulations, King Alexander. When we return home to Daventry, your crew will be glad to hear that their battle at sea was worthwhile in bringing forth a new monarch.
We were so worried when your men arrived
Siinä
home
on
without
tukkaa
you,
kyllä.
son. I'm so thankful that you are safe and happy.
And I am as grateful that my crew did not pay for my driven heart.
You have only brought us all good fortune, sire. With Shamir saved and his power used for good, reuniting the islands will be far easier. He has already repaired the ferry. Your road will be easier now that the islands are no longer feuding. Already the wounds are starting to heal.
Yes, my love. Discovering the island's stolen treasures has done more to bring peace to this land than anything else. It is now clear that Alhazred had Shamir steal each of the island's most valued treasures, then blame the thefts on others to cause the islands to hate each other.
Now let us celebrate our good fortune. The evil that has plagued this land is done, and a new reign begins. Long live King Alexander and Queen Casima.
Long live King Alexander!
Näkkiä pääs kuninkaaksi.
Long live Queen Casima! Long live the land of the Green Isles! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Hurraa! Koirankarva suussa toisella. Kyllä se lähti.
You seem so far away, and I just need to hear your voice. I just need to hear you say, if you would have me go or stay.
Tää lähettää kunnon. Ei oo vielä alkanut. Siis tätähän ne parodioi Space Quest 6:ssa. Ja sehän oli siinä mikä? Torin's Passageissa oli tämä. Ainakin niissä kahdessa parodioita kappaletta. Älkää hätälkö, pelataan vielä ja pelataan se toinen loppu. Nyt fiilistellään. Eivät soittanut tätä riittävästi radiossa kyllä. Se oli Guidebook Freedom by John James. Tämä Guidebookin tekesti pannaan loppuun. Joo, se oli kato siinä Toris Passageissa, kun se kohta, missä on se lava backstage. Ja lavalta kuuluu tää kappale. Ja Space Quest 6 on, kun pannaan sitä oikein sientä vai mitä pantiin se yhden ruokaa. Ja se vähän trippailee. Mitä tehdä? Mä vielä tästä. Onkohan tällä biisillä muuten lisenssi? Suuttuvat vitsi. No, ei voi mitään, se on pelikappale. Ei suutu. Se on pelikappale eikä mikään. Hei, tänään on tämmönen Ysäri-alun powerpalladi. toi kitara. Saksofoni, joo, kyllä. Joo, se on Elton Johnin näköisenä tosiaan kitarkasta Space Quest -tutorissa, joka soittaa tää kappaletta. Jep. No niin, ja sitten palataan se nopeampi loppu juoksu. No niin, se sammutti sen, käy sitä uudelleen peli. Restore. Noin, tähän jät.
Good.
Would you?
Of course. Alex.
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing.
Very good, Princess.
Thank you.
Se vaan päähän. No. Du. Tyttö tervossa.
Taking his cue from the serving women he's seen enter the castle, Alexander decides to try a few alterations to make himself more acceptable to the guards.
Iisalmessa kun on se Runnin kylä, missä on Runnin kylpyläkin ollut. Mikä se konkkaa nyt? Niin mä mietin sitä, että mikä tekee siellä Runnissa ei pidetty mitään suomalaisia speedrunnaus-tapahtumia.
Well, here we go.
Tää on toinen tapa. Vähän yksinkertaisempi.
You there! Girl! You're late! Get a move on before the Wazir sees you!
Yes. Yes, sir.
Tää kuin Monty Pythonista.
The castle guard. From the open door comes the clatter of pots and pans, yelled instructions, and other busy kitchen noises.
Girl, don't just stand there. There's a stack of silver almost to the ceiling that needs polishing for the wedding. Get a move on!
Phew. I can't afford to get caught up in that mess.
On pidempi peliaika kuin... Oletko varmasti yli... Haluan kyllä, joo. Kiitos kummin varoituksesta.
By Cerebus collar, I'll be glad when this wedding is over. Bay, I'm getting mighty tired of this patrol. It's wearied me to the bones.
I couldn't agree with you more, Wolf. Who'd have thought we'd ever have to listen to Princess Cosima crying all day long and be ordered?
Something sticks in my craw about the whole thing. The Wazir says that the princess is not herself. Says she's half mad with grief over her parents' death. I can see it. The poor...
I agree. It seems cruel to lock her up when she's so heartbroken. Let her out in the fresh air, I say. It'll do her a work.
Aye. Well, she insisted on...
It's too bad we couldn't find that nightingale of hers.
If I had an ounce of luck, I'd have found it weeks ago.
Not only would it cheer up the princess, but the reward the Wizier's offered for it would make me pretty happy too, doggone it.
Yes, on my back.
Oh, well, our luck will definitely be out if the Wizier catches us snapping our jaws at our post.
Sorry, Wolf.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Alexander walks in. Alexander walks. The mechanical song echoes. Alexander does.
Ovel.
Look at this, Wolf. A metal bird.
Sure is, Bay. How do you suppose a metal bird got in here?
Wolf and Bay.
You got me, but there's something weird about it. Hey, could this be Casima's nightingale, do you think?
What, you lapdog? The princess's nightingale isn't some tin thing?
Yep.
How do you know? Have you seen it?
Well, no, but...
I don't know, Bay. Humans can be pretty strange. With their sense of smell, maybe she wouldn't even know it wasn't real. I say we take it downstairs to Captain Saladin. He'll know what to do with it.
What about our post?
Jowls and Might are in the other hallway. They can handle it for 5 minutes. Think about how happy the princess would be to get her nightingale back. And then there's that reward money and my missus.
Right, Wolf. Let's go.
Alexander hears the guard dog's boots clank noisily on the staircase.
Taas, tässä on kaksi erilaista pelata tää peli läpi.
Alexander. The curved marble wall. The curve. Alexander pulls the nail out of the wall. Alexander finds the hallway door unlocked and slips inside.
Täällä taas.
Alexander wiggles. Alexander picks up the most recent letter. The letter is addressed greetings.
Sama teksti mikä oli aikaisemmin. Sama teksti mikä aikaisemminkin.
Alexander sees. There's no reason. Alexander. Alexander hears the muffled sound. The crying is louder here. It seems to be coming from the doorway on the north wall. Alexander has no reason to. The door is.
Hello?
Who's there?
Casima.
Alexander, is it really you? When Sing Sing brought me your ring, I could scarcely believe it. How did you get inside the castle?
Never mind that now, Princess. It isn't important. What can I do to help you? Do you want me to get you?
No, please. Don't even think about that. There are guards everywhere, and the Wazir would have you killed.
But what about you?
The only way out for me is to stop the Wazir. Besides, if I can get my hands on something with which to defend myself, I'm pretty sure I'll get it.
So brave, Prince.
Have you forgotten where we met? What is Abdul compared to Mordak?
Alexander.
I'll do as you say.
I believe you.
Casima, take this small dagger. It's...
Oh.
If you didn't have the brain of a cat, Wolf, you'd have known that mechanical nightingale wasn't Casima's nightingale.
I was all for staying on patrol, but you wanted to show that thing to Saladin.
Well, at least the captain wasn't too mad. He's a good, honest dog, Saladin is.
I, wish the same could be said for our...
Hush! Do you want to be dazzled, you fool?
Somewhere nearby, a door opens.
Greetings, Shamir, sir.
A petulant voice snaps a response at the guards.
The wedding is about to begin. Make sure everything is secure. Yes, sir.
Footsteps retreat down the hall towards the back hallway. Alexander hears the distant sounds of chains rattling. A door opens. There's a small commotion and a woman's sharp cry.
Oh my.
Cosima!
Gradually, the sounds fade away off to the east. All is silent.
If it weren't for him being the Wizier's page and all, I'd have something to say about that. Grr. Grr. Wonder where he's taking her. The wedding's the other way.
You never know with that one. He's always showing up when he shouldn't be and going where he oughtn't. Let's go check it out.
The guard dogs seem to have stopped at the back hallway. It's wet. The wedding music is...
Prince Alexander, since you are of noble birth...
Samat tekstit.
Wait, if the Wizir is...
Let me...
Nää on ihan samat jo.
Saladin reads the letter, his sword.
But I...
It is... But I have seen Cosima.
I cannot...
A jilted lover would not believe it.
The captain of the guard leads...
Samat.
Do you...
Alexander...
Prince Alexander, how dare you allow...
Samat.
What, milady? Tell me what...
Why, Captain, you heard my...
As you...
Look into this mirror, my love, and show us your true heart.
Se härskiä kuulosta.
That mirror? No!
Kaunis.
The lovely image of Cosima suddenly bursts into smoke and is replaced by the Wazir's genie.
Shamir, you fool! It's not my fault, Master! The illusion was broken!
Treason! What have you done with the princess?
Enraged, Saladin and the other guard dogs begin advancing on the Wazir.
You worthless genie! Do something!
Kuten huomaan, niin tää on vähän nopeampi tää reitti. Ei käydä sillä tuon puoleisessa eikä tehdä monta muutakaan asiaa.
Alexander!
Shut up, Wen! Here I am! It's about...
Tää on samat.
Well, there were the guard... Never mind! Razzle...
The peppermint leaves are the color of dark emerald. Alexander...
Look what I have here, my friend. Peppermint. Nice, fresh peppermint.
Razzle... dazzle... Forget the stupid peppermint. Don't you dare even think about it. Mint! Oh no! Not now!
Mint!
Do something! Shamir Shamazel! Kill him! Send a small... I mean a ball of... light to frazzle!
Dazzle Ball goes wild.
Oh. Oh. You killed my genie. You idiot! Don't you know how valuable he was, you fool? I'll kill you myself for that outrage.
So shall it be, Alhazred. I'm ready. Zounds!
So, the mouse would...
This mouse shall bite, as you shall soon see.
Boing. Tong tong.
You can barely lift that sword, my...
Tää on sama.
A tempting offer.
Samat. Tong tong. Tong tong.
Alexander's arms start to
Not if I can.
Cosima thrusts the...
You dare...
Näinpä. Toinen päähahmo ei pysty niinku juurikaan käyttämään tää miekkaa ja väsyttää ja kaikki muuta, niin toinen vaan hakkaa niinku miekkaa. Ei niinku vatsaa tai...
There's no need to fear anymore, Princess.
Yes, I know. How can I ever repay you? For myself, for my kingdom.
It was not in me to let harm come to you. Can you find it in you, Princess, to give me more than your gratitude?
Alexander, what are you saying?
I love you, Cosima.
Could you ever have
Nyt ei pelastettu sen vanhempia, ne on yhä kuolleita. Henki on kuollut. Maailma ei ole yhtä hyvä paikka.
I'm quite well, thank you.
Katsotaan.
Yes, magic.
No, Mr. Bond. Hyvä loppu, mutta ei niin onnellinen loppu kuin se toinen. Jossa kaikilla menee hyvin. Tässä ei mene kellään hyvin. Kaikilla hyvin. Tai kellään hyvin. No joo.
Cosima and Alexander ask Captain
on this historical day of great joy in the land of the Greeks.
Niin, ja totta kai me ei löydetty myöskään niitä esineitä todistakseen, että se huijasi saaret taistelemaan keskenään.
I do.
And do you, Princess Cosima of the land of the... Do you have...
Ja nämä on samat. Ei... Aina totta kai kun laivalla ei pääse tonne.
In the name of King Calathim, beloved friend, I give his daughter Cosima in wedlock.
Thank you, Jala.
Sehän meni helposti.
Since the groom has no family present, I will speak on his... Alexander, your union with this woman is sanctioned and recognized in the eyes of the community.
Thank you, Saladin.
Then, Alexander...
Ai yhtä hyvät juhlat.
Excuse my interrupting your joy, but I have an important question.
What is it?
Alexander, Alhazred hurt this little kingdom nearly to the point of destroying all that we stand for. But you are true and good, and have proven yourself to all the people.
Thank you, Captain.
King Calathim and Queen Ilaria are gone, and can never be restored. Alhazred has, thankfully, been banished. But we are leaderless. I believe you too can heal this small kingdom from all the damage that Alhazred has inflicted upon it. Will you too, Alexander and Cosima, consider becoming the ruling king and queen?
I don't believe so.
I'm honored. What do you think, Cosima?
I love my homeland, Alexander.
I wish my father were here so that I could ask his advice. I will miss him, and my mother and sister, and Daventry. But I love you, Cosima, and I do feel at home here.
Oh, Alexander, I'm so happy. If only my parents could have been alive to see this day, my joy would be complete.
I'm sorry I could...
King Alexander, there is a long road. Unfortunately, the islands are still feuding. It will take some time and great diplomacy to convince them to reunite and stop fighting each other.
Yes, Alexander.
Oi,
We will have
kun.
to try to discover how Alhazred managed to make them hate each other so that we can undo what he has done.
Now let us celebrate our good...
Long live King Alexander!
Uusi 2 tyyppiä.
Long hooray!
Parpaa. Taas lähti. Joo, ei ollut niin hyvä. Ei.